Hey guys, I hope everybody is having a good end of the week. I hope everyone had fun celebrating my birthday. I had fun and we reached 5,000 subscribers, which is so exciting because that means there's so many of us that can connect, talk about our healing, talk about our health. My name is Sky. I saved my life with a raw food diet. I was sick for 32 years, in bed for 25 years, had 7 major organs removed, including my stomach, duodenum, top of intestines. I get on here and share whatever's going on in my life. Usually I'm making food. I'm a raw vegan. I make everything fresh and I love that. I love making the food. I love the way the food tastes. I love enjoying the food. I love sharing my recipes, which are usually linked in the description if I'm making anything. And you guys love and I love coconut time. Coconut time. So I've grabbed a coconut. We're going to open this, crack this open and enjoy it. Full of electrolytes. We've got sodium, potassium, magnesium. We've got carbohydrates in here as well, which are really good for rehydrating. I think what's really important on a raw food diet is people are going to ask me often, are there benefits to this? Every raw food that you eat, which is classed as a food, has multiple benefits. My greatest suggestion is if you start eating more plant-based and raw foods, that you actually eat what you feel like, just like every other animal out there, because you will get benefits. Each time your body might want different benefits. So, hello there. Do you ever help food addicts? Yes, I do. I think most people are food addicts. I'm a food addict, so eating this way keeps me not being a food addict. I think when we talk about being a food addict, what's really interesting about eating this way, and I was just talking about it, about how eat the foods you're drawn to. What's really interesting is when I make this, I get really excited to get the coconut out. I get really excited to like line it up and crack it open with my Cocoa Jack, pour it out, drink it. I love it. And then afterwards, I feel amazing and it continues to feel amazing. And that is when you know you're not addicted to the food, because most foods, most of my life, I would eat for the moment, for that moment when it hit me, whether it was pizza or hamburger, and that's it, because afterwards you're going to crash. So then your brain starts racing as to what can you have. Some Pepsi with some caffeine is going to lift you back up, and then after that you're going to want something else. It's like this continual cycle. So definitely send me an email. I can definitely help, because that's what we're all recovering from. So yeah. Can you get a fridge to it? Yes, you can. I'm not sure you really want one right now. I do a farmer's market haul in the morning. You will have a look. If you go back, I think it's Friday a week ago, Thursday maybe your time, I did a fridge tour. I showed you everything. I did a kitchen tour. Go back on the lives. I did a full kitchen tour. I didn't realize everybody couldn't really see my kitchen. So I did it. Everything is shown. So you can see that. But yes, so I've got my coconut Cocoa Jack. Now I'm pretty sure my Amazon link is below. If not, Google Cocoa Jack. This is how we're going to open the coconut, which is amazing. Now what I have noticed, there is meat in this. Now what I sadly noticed is in Australia, I remember talking to Dan about this, Dan McDonald, because in Hawaii, the coconut meat, you blend it up and we made a yogurt, and usually it tastes amazing. But what I noticed in Australia is very quickly, within hours and days, you starts to get this oxidation effect. And it's because these are imported, they're not natural. Whereas in Hawaii, you get fresh coconut meat and it's amazing. So maybe tell me your story on coconut meat. I'm struggling to use in recipes anymore because it just seems to be honest, taste like vomit. I can use any raw food and I can eat it, but as soon as it goes through the blender, I can eat it straight away. But as it goes in the fridge and ferments, or I try use a dressing the next day, it literally tastes like old socks and vomit. And no matter what brand, and this Cocoa Kick in Australia, this is from Woolworths. I love it. They have different brands all the time, but if you can get Cocoa Kick, as you'll see when I open this, it's got lots of meat and it's got lots of water and it's really sweet. A lot of the other ones can go yellow, or they can go, they just don't have very much liquid in them. Hello. if I did that right. I do. I'm speaking. What else do you do on a live? I'm kind of not sure. That's why I get on. If I don't have anything to say, trust me, I'm not getting on the live. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. So I've done this many times before, but it's always fun, right? So I may move it to the side. I don't usually like to do it on this bench because this bench is just this thick and it seems to like shudder. It's better to do it over here, but for entertainment purposes, let's try. Da-da-da-da! Easy. And then see how there's like lots of meat? So I don't really want this right now, but I will only eat it now. I'm not going to blend it at this point. Better off using nuts and seeds. So yeah, coconut. Let me get a straw. Tropical. Hello. So we are going to, so tomorrow I've got the raw food meetup. If you're in Sydney, you are more than welcome to come. So I am part of the raw food worldwide meetup, which all around the world, they all meet up and have like little raw food picnics and celebrate raw food. They bring raw food, potlucks, restaurants. And I'm meeting close to my place here in Sydney. So send me a DM or an email if you would like to come. But we are going to prepare the raw vegan steak, cabbage steak. We have made this before. This may be my favorite recipe I've ever made. Recipe for that and the chutney which goes with it is in the description for you guys. So yeah, I like that. Menopause never looks so good. Thank you. I'm 15 years into menopause and I feel amazing. So hopefully that gives women hope. Also, if you are going through menopause, please ask questions or please email me because it is absolutely rough, but I feel like I found my way through because I had a full hysterectomy, so at 30. So I've been doing it for a long time. I'm an old hand at it. But we are making my favorite recipe, which I don't know, do I have any photos? There's a photo on the, it's gonna be hard to see. These, let's just make it. Let's not go here into photos because you'll see as we do it. I could try pandan coconuts, a strain of coconuts originated from Thailand known as the sweetest coconut strain. That's so interesting. I'm going to read that again. You should try pandan coconuts, a strain of coconuts originated from Thailand known as the sweetest coconut strain. How do I know if I've got a pandan? Because I get asked this a lot. So I've traveled to Bali, and when I traveled recently up to the tropics in Queensland in Australia, is the coconut water is not sweet. It's beautiful. It's full of electrolytes. When I did my lives and I had the you didn't see them, they emptied them. These ones are super sweet, and people ask me why are the Australian ones, which are technically imported from Thailand, so sweet. Are these pandan? Where's my computer? Let's find out. Let's do a little bit of investigating because I get asked this question a lot. Because these are like, to be honest, if I mix that coconut water with some hemp seed, it's like a vanilla milkshake. It's amazing. My computer may be dead here. Yes, it may be dead. We could plug it in, but that's very interesting. Kenya, hello. It could be, I think it is pandan. I want to plug my computer in while we make these steaks and find this out because it seems like these Australian ones, people think they're Australian, but they're imported, are like milkshake type stuff. And I always wondered why, like, because in Bali, it's very neutral. It's not bad, just neutral. Okay, so we are in, why my computer? We are going to get, first off, the main star of the show, the cabbage. Now, I had people message me and say they've used this recipe for They've made like cauliflower. If I've got some left over, I may, though I end up dipping it, I could dip some cauliflower in it and make like a crust on the cauliflower. So let's get a knife. These won't actually be ready in this live, but there's a reel already up on my Reels section in YouTube that shows me making this in full. I do have to put the chutney up. So now I do not touch these because they're the protective part. You might be happy with it. I have my limits. So, okay, now how we do this, I get a big flat bowl, a big flat plate. I'm a coconut farmer, are you? Hello, you could, look, do you know what my dream is? If you've been here before, you know my dream is to have an island, live on an island that's my own. People come visit, have retreats, whatever, but it will just be full of coconuts. Like I will literally wake up and just start, go for a run, go for a swim and just start, actually crack coconuts as the sun comes up and then go for a swim and a run and then crack more coconuts. My first part of my day will be completely consumed by coconuts. I don't know what everyone else on the islands will be doing, but I will be the coconut queen. I'm based in Sabah State, Malaysia. My great aunt is actually from Australia. Wow, see, it's a small world. I don't think I have any moderators here, so I'm very sorry, guys. I will try do the best I can. Just know when people say things that are quite strange, they need the most love. So maybe that's why they found this live. That's what I believe anyway. It seems in this day and age, some people find it very difficult to just type a very normal line of conversation. And I'm very grateful for my moderators for that. So what I do is I just cut, I mean, you can use that. I will use that, but we just want like chunks like this. Like that's a steak. That's going to be a steak. Just put in here because we're going to marinate these. These are like, and this may seem strange, but it is so good. Like I've got to have made at least 6,000 recipes. I have so many recipes everywhere. This would have to be hands down at the moment the best one I've ever made. Steak. As I said, if you want to see this quickly or the full iteration, if that's how you pronounce it, maybe I need some more coconut water, go and have a look at the reel, but that's done very quick. So, you ever crumb them? No, I haven't crumbed them. So the other thing you'll learn on this channel, I could crumb them. That wouldn't be done in this part though, because we're in the marinating stage. But that wouldn't be a bad idea. But you'll find with my recipes, what I do is I make them very simple for you guys. I make them like 3 ingredient, 4 ingredient, sometimes 5 ingredient. And then I let you guys go. I added onion powder. I added more lemon. I added some chili. So feel free to like make this however you want. So we'll go this side now. And don't worry, I will use these, but not in this big bowl. So this is for the raw food meetup tomorrow. I might do a double decker. I might do double decker and do 2 layers of them. See now, they're just gonna have to, you can get see the little stub at the bottom? That's fine. Leave that on there and then when they eat them, they can pull it off. So that's gonna be the bottom layer. I'm gonna double decker this today. So what I'll do is cut these up, leave them to the side, and we'll make the marinade. Well, these ones are big steaks. This is like the big mama of a steak. Look at that. All good here. All good. We will cut this one in half as long as I don't actually cut myself. This, like I ate this and I swear, I've eaten this on video. I did like a, what do you call it, a mukbang. There's like, this is full, cabbage is what, like $4 or something. That's got to feed a family of 6. We haven't even put the marinade on yet. Okay, so I'm going to put the biggest steaks back on here because we'll marinate these. We'll do them in layers. Okay, so for the marinade, Is it onion? No, it's not onion. It is purple cabbage. The stakes are high. I like you. You're funny. So when you don't want to eat a steak, but you call it a veggie steak, wonder why children are confused. I don't think children are confused. I actually think when you tell children this, they're more open-minded. So a child before the age of 6 or 7 can learn a language naturally. So you get them around a French person, a French person, a Chinese person, a German person, and have them speak their natural language. That child, unlike the adult, will naturally and fluently learn because their brain is open and susceptible and literally absorbs everything. As they grow, and especially as sex hormones start coming in, that part closes off. So in fact, that's why children are so intelligent, unlike adults who are closed-minded. So my niece, if she came over and she's only seen me eat a raw food diet, and I start talking about steaks, she will naturally ask, how do you eat yours? Because children are just like that. They're not confused like adults are confused. Just say it as it is. If you're confused, that's a different thing. But children, so as we age, we have to learn new languages. We have to translate them in our head. So especially after the age of 12, starts slowing down rapidly by 7, 8. By the time we go through puberty, we actually, if we go and learn a new language, the way we learn it is almost backwards. So we know it. We have to remember everything in one language, like English, and then translate it to Spanish in our head, unlike children. So if anybody's going to learn that some people in the world eat steaks raw vegan, they eat them plant-based. Unfortunately, there's all different ways people eat them. A young child will learn this and it'll just be normal. The only reason it wouldn't be normal is if the parent closed off their world, as in it didn't exist, that there's different types of people out there. And hopefully no one is doing that. Hopefully there's different people all over the world, and that we let children explore the world and become who they're meant to be, untraumatized. Curious how you snack. Do you mean like have like veggie snacks or fruit snacks or little dehydrated foods? You timed me out for saying God loves everyone. I don't think I did. I've only timed 2 people out. I am 175 centimeters. You're a really kind lady. I enjoy your vibe and how you teach people about things. Keep sending the light the way you feel it needs to be told. Thank you. That's exactly what I want to do. I am not here to judge anybody. Like, I'm here to love everybody exactly where they're at. So that's what we're doing. And we're loving vegetable. We're loving cabbage steaks, but we are going to make the marinade for the cabbage steak. Now, please don't you guys judge me, because my blender looks, what did I make this morning? I made something in it this morning before I went to jury duty, and I got dismissed from jury duty. So, which is handy because I'm about to go overseas. So that'll be some fun content. But this, by memory, is how we're going to make the marinade. I always get the actual recipe is below for you guys already, but I will go off memory. Let's hope. I'll go off taste as well. They're already out. My almonds are out. So 2 cups of almonds, if I recall. If I recall properly, it's 2 cups of almonds. You'll learn this about me. I'm a little bit go with the flow. I'm not like it's all perfect. I think it's 2 cups of almonds. I should look at it, but that's looking about right to me so far. And then I think I did 1 or 2 cups of water. I think I added as I went. So we'll do 2 cups of water. Now what I did with this is I blended this up to make, I find if you put the garlic and the nama shoyu, which is a unpasteurized soy sauce, into this mix, it can get a little bit lost. And thanks to Cara Brotman for shouting that one out and saying that that's the truth, because I've noticed it is the truth. She's been doing this a long time, so she's going to know something about something. So I make this is going to be the base. Now, a lot of people I know don't like higher fat meals, and in fact, when you eat this, I don't know, it's just so hearty, you can't get much down. But you could definitely do a tomato based with tomatoes and sun-dried tomatoes, and then do the namashoyu and garlic and marinate it. I use flax oil at the moment for omega-3s because, well, we know I have no stomach, so it's trying to get fats in. Sometimes they don't absorb. Oil, namashoyu and garlic could be another one, but this tasted amazing. So let's do this. Let's mute this, hey? So I'm not sure what I exactly put in the recipe, but I'm assuming it would be about 4 cups of water that ended up going in. But just keep adding, I'm just looking at my computer, adding water until it is smooth, okay? Now, for this next part, I know what I put in. I put in 1 to 2 cloves of garlic. Depends how garlicky you like it. So, I'm in New South Wales in Sydney, and this is for the raw food meetup. If you are in Sydney and want to come, just send me an email. My email is linked in the description, because I'm making this tomorrow. We meet up a few times a year, and you do not have to be a raw vegan. You can be interested in plant-based foods. You can be interested in your health, knowing more about raw foods. So I'm going to put, well, that's a big clove of garlic. Well, I'm going to knock the people out tomorrow at the raw food meetup with garlic, apparently. That's, yeah, let's see. It doesn't really matter what I put in, really, because we're here now making it. But just make sure when you do make this that it is smooth and creamy. Okay, steak. There. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I did 1.5 cups of almonds. I've done 2 cups, but that's probably good because I actually did more today. But with the water, and I would have put that in the description of the recipe, the directions is just keep adding water until it is, because, yeah. Yep, that's perfect. I'll show you guys. So far, it's just like that. It's like milky, creamy. Move this out of the way while we do the next part. So we put the garlic in. Now we're also going to put, out of dates, I very rarely use maple syrup. But I have it in the fridge just in case. So we will use that. I will put 1/2 cup. Actually, I will put some extra because it's 1/2 cup of namashoyu, which is unpasteurized soy sauce. But you can use tamari, soy sauce, whatever coconut aminos, whatever floats your boat. I will say that I will probably add a bit more. Actually, is it a quarter of a cup? Yeah, hang on. Going blind. Let's see. Yeah, it's half a cup. But I might add a bit more because I added more nuts. Okay. And it is just one date, so I will add just over a tablespoon of maple syrup because I am out of dates. I do go to the farmer's market tomorrow, guys, so usually I do a haul when I get back, but my haul is pretty similar every week. There's a heap of them. But just a little bit more because I did more nuts. And that's the ingredients. So we've got almonds, we've got dates or maple syrup, we've got a soy sauce or soy substitute, and garlic. So what's that? 4 ingredients. That's it. You can add anything extra you like. But someone was saying, have I crumbed these? And you could 100% crumb them. I'll tell you when you would crumb them though, because there's parts to this recipe. Let me just blitz this through. This sauce is so good, you could literally do like zucchini and carrot noodles. It's so good. It needs a bit more sweetener. That's what it needs. So always try your recipes, guys. And a huge reason for that is when you work with fresher foods, like for example, even in here would be a date. A date is going to be sweeter in some places, even in the same box of dates. When you work with raw foods, there's always variations. Some people have really sweet tomatoes, some have really bitter. So now, because there is a chutney that goes with this, I never wanted this too sweet. This is more salty. That's perfect. I always feel like when I get my recipes right, I get flushed. I get so happy because the food tastes so good. Okay, yay! All right. Am I married? No. Thank you, Helen. Oh, 30 or 35. I turned 44 this week. The marinade is, I just said, I think you heard me. It's almonds. It's namashoyu. How do you get all your vitamins? Well, just before I do this, we do this every time I come on. So this was me pre this. All I eat is vitamins. So it's kind of like, yeah, I think people misunderstand how hard and straining it is on the body to eat foods which break down in a really slow way. Here's some of the photos of me where I had doctors and nutritionists. I was having 2 to 3, maybe more, 2 to 3 protein shakes a day, or those Ensure and sausages at that stage. I was eating meat and veggies. I was eating Milo bars. Do you guys have Milo, like chocolate energy bars? Because I was always so exhausted. I actually ate a lot here. And then I'll show you there. Now, that was when I had been eating cooked vegan. I had still been sick, and I also had been an alcoholic. And then, I went raw vegan. I didn't even eat nuts or seeds during this time. Well, I did for a couple months. I think it was 6 weeks when I looked through the photos and worked that out. And then for the rest of this 10 months, I'll show you the photo, I just ate raw foods, and my hair grew back that had fallen out. Where is it? There. That's 10 months of the raw foods. So all it is vitamins. This is why I do this, because it can be really difficult to eat just carrots and apples or bananas. And like, I feel like if we can do it in a fun way, it doesn't have to be every day, but if it's fun, we're going to do it. I know out of anybody with that ADHD brain and addictive brain, I will just not do it if it's not fun. So I make it fun. So you definitely get all the vitamins. Now, let's get into making this. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'll get too distracted. Okay, so I'm going to just pour this over the top. And we're doing this in 2 layers today. So what I did last time is I just I have like a basting brush. And so it all sinks between the crevices. It's so good. It really is good. And then last time, the rest of the sauce, I just dipped veggies into. Like I got Brussels sprouts and cauliflower. I've had people say they chopped up cauliflower and did this. Now, I am doing 2 layers here. So I didn't do this last time, but today we are doing 2 layers. Because this will go into the fridge for 4 hours. Well, today it'll go in overnight, and in the morning it goes into the dehydrator for another, I think it's about 4 hours. So we're going to do the next layer. I'm telling you, this would literally feed, it has to feed at least 6 to 8 people for sure. So it's not expensive. I actually think this is better doing it all layered, or you can do it in 2 separate bowls, because it's all, everything that soaks underneath is just going to the other steaks. Yeah, this is much better, because now I've used all of it and it'll just all sink. Well, let's hope everyone likes it tomorrow, hey? As I said, if you're in Sydney, you're more than welcome to come to the Raw Food Meetup tomorrow. All right. I am 44. Yes, so Hiking Hippo has said here, vegetables aren't the only plant-based options. Usually we look towards legumes, nuts, seeds, grains, gluten, mushrooms, yeast, algae, and other foods that are made from those. 100%. But if you are sick and you want to heal something, try going lighter before you reintroducing a lot of those. I eat most of those things. I don't eat gluten. I don't eat grains, but I eat legumes. Like I eat sprouted lentils, I eat sprouted mung beans, I eat mushrooms, I eat algae, I eat nutritional yeast. But most of the time, when in those photo of me healing, so it just shows what the body, we actually are told that we actually need. And I know a lot of people say, oh, I can't do that, or I can't heal. And I was thinking about this today, and the key to my healing was not so much what I ate, but the fact that I didn't eat anything from a packet. It was all straight off a tree. I don't necessarily, because I didn't even eat nuts or seeds. I think I just got out of my body's way and I had so much energy, everything just repaired. Do I think you can do that long term? No, but I think you'd be surprised at what the body is willing to do to get rid of a whole ton of like stuff which is caught in it. So I'm more in like a building mode now, where I've like done a lot of lighter foods and then I went into fruits, but I don't even think it's necessarily the fruits. I think you'd be so because people like, I've been doing this for years, and I talk to them and they're still doing a ton of herbs and tinctures and vitamins, and I'm like, you have to trust. You have to trust. A huge part of this is the spiritual side of it. So, and I'm not talking about long term, I'm talking about if you just can't get well. I highly recommend trying to do everything as natural as possible. Not even you, when I started, I didn't even blend things. I just think there's something about the body knowing that this is, you know, it gets extra energy. I don't know. That's what I think was huge for me, because it wasn't necessarily just like fruits were cleansing me. It was that I think there was nothing. So I put some cling wrap. I don't know what you guys call it. Saran? Is saran? I hear this. I try and learn American. Saran wrap? I don't know what that means. We call this glad wrap. If you're Australian, you know what glad wrap is. Why is it called that? I don't know. Why is anything in Australia called anything? I don't know. Yeah, it's glad wrap. Oh, it's because it's called glad wrap. It's called glad wrap because it's on the box. That's where the brain stops. To be honest, I very rarely use, like, people might come at me like it's plastic wrap. Look, I very rarely use this. This is probably about 4 years old, 3 years old. So I will put this in the fridge, and this will marinate 4 hours, then dehydrate it for 4 hours at 115. But I am going to leave this overnight. So this will be super marinated. This will be a super marinated mess. That's what we want. That makes me happy. Yeah, where's my coconut water? But yes, if you want to do this long term, there's so many things you can eat. No, it's honey. What's honey? I don't know what you mean. It's good to see you back here, Helen. So yeah, if you're trying to heal, you do not want to be putting a lot of protein in your body, because protein takes a lot for the body to break down. As I said before, is of course, once you're well and you want to build, I increase things like mushrooms or lentils, or I have some raw protein. But even when I put it in my system, I start to notice pain under my skull. What people would generally call my fibromyalgia starts to come back. And that's because, once again, it's amino acids, it's acidic in the body. So is a lot of things, but when you are being sick long term, you've got to like weigh that up. So I've actually found if one of the most amazing things for healing is hydration and electrolyte balance, even more so than trying to, because if vitamins were the only thing, you could fix people with vitamin pills and vitamin injections. And they tried that with me and did not work. So it's definitely more to it. And I believe it's like on that side of the spiritual journey. Ensure is just gross. I actually have Ensure trauma because they were giving it to me in hospital, and they wouldn't let me, when I was in the psych hospital, they wouldn't let me leave on my daily leave unless I had it. And because I had no stomach, and it was full of fat plus sugar, it would give me blood sugar issues. And I used to collapse, and I don't care about things like that in those places. Even if people are like really sick, they rush them to like ICU and back in. And out of all the things that I hate Ensure, I will take Sustagen if I have to ever take something again. What was your reason you couldn't gain weight? I have no stomach, I have no duodenum and top of intestines. I just think I'd been sick my whole life. I had a congenital disease. I've had over 60 surgeries. I've had a full hysterectomy. And at that stage in that photo where I was really, really skinny, I had been in bed for almost 10 years straight. By the time I got well the second time, it had been almost 15 years straight. So at this stage, I had had most of the 60 surgeries in my 20s. It was just back to back, surgery after surgery after surgery. I was just in so much pain. And then I would get tears, and then I'd get organs that have to be removed and glands removed. And then after that, I had to come off a whole lot of opioids. And every time I dropped, because it made me feel so sick, when you're not in pain, they make you feel really sick, that amount anyway. And I would get really sick. and I think my body just couldn't handle it. By this stage, I'd had FND. I'd pretty much been in bed 15 years now. I tried paleo, I did better. Then I got shingles through the eye, I got trigeminal, and then I got shingles through the eye. I got FND, ended up in a neurological hospital, couldn't walk, couldn't talk. And then I finally got moving again. Then I had psychiatric issues and was scheduled for like 10 months to get over all the PTSD of that. And then I finally got out and I started drinking for a couple months to cope. But because I'd been so sick before, my liver failed, back in hospital for 3 weeks. Hospital or bed was my thing most of my life. And then looks like I'm drinking the coconut there. And then so I was vegan in this photo and I still wasn't really functioning. And then, or I just started raw, I think, in this photo. And then once I ate the raw foods, I could get up like almost instantaneously within eating raw food for maybe a couple of days with nothing else in it. Like, I mean, literally just munching on a bit of celery or a carrot, maybe a couple almonds, a mouthful of sauerkraut. I don't know what else. It was very simple because I couldn't cook. That was how I ended up eating the food raw. I was just too sick to be bothered making anything. So I was like, it's fucking, excuse my French, but what I've been through, like, it's not a fast stretch to just eat the food raw. And then I felt better and cooked a meal, like just dry roasted pumpkin, tomato, basil, and garlic on a tray. You put it in and it comes out. And I just scooped it on the plate, ate it, back to bed. Could not get up. The energetics of food, the digestion. Yes, I have no stomach, but I'm not the only one who's experienced this. I think I experienced it at an extreme level because my iron was low. I had low B12. My body wasn't making proteins at this point. My liver was failing. So anything which took energy literally just took me out. I'd start getting tachycardia. I'd get POTS. My GERD was so bad when I started eating raw foods. In fact, all I could get down the first couple of days was water when I committed to it. When I was like, nothing cooked will go in me again, is the pain. And that just every day, because people like, did you detox? I'm like, all I know is, yes, I felt like crap because I wasn't gonna drink alcohol anymore, but I'd really only done it 3 times in the past couple months. They were like, I would do it overnight, because I'd stopped after my liver failed. But once I committed to it, it was just like a step by step. I just kept feeling better and better and better. And yes, you feel like detox. No, I just kept feeling better and better. There was like, as I said, I stopped smoking and having fast food, and that was there, but that's normal no matter what diet you go on. But as for dramatic detox, no, I just loved it. But I was very grounded as well. Remember, I spent a lot of time with my shoes off, feet on the earth, which is the direct current the human body needs. We're around alternate currents all day, causing acidity. And I was also doing ocean swims. But yeah. You didn't know that almonds turn milky? They do. You can use a nut milk bag and make milk from it. I do it daily. Not daily, a couple of times. What is the Sky? Hey Em, what is the texture of the cabbage when the steaks are done? I do show in a video, there is a video of it. It's hard to explain because it's like you've cooked the cabbage, you've just cooked it. It's probably like searing a cabbage on a hot skillet. Is that what you guys call it? Pan, skillet? So it's like, it softens a bit, but it's still really crunchy. And even my mum and my sister, see, this is why I love what I do, is they don't eat it raw, but they're making, I don't know if my sister made it, my mum is obsessed. She made cauliflower and red cabbage steak. She's like, that red cabbage. She goes, I put garlic and oil and I think turmeric through it. She goes, I put it, I think, on a tray and just grilled it or something, or put it in the oven. She goes, oh my God, the purple cabbage. So she did she loves them as well. And I don't think it's very dissimilar. It's like softened, but not too much. It's still firm. It's like you put it on the grill or something. It's really good. Hello, you're 42 years old. I'm 44. Are you a mother? No, I had a full hysterectomy. So no kids for me. How old are you, grandma? Well, I won't actually ever get to be a grandma because I had a full hysterectomy, so no kids. Interesting. I need to look to the legumes that can be eaten raw or sprouted without cooking. Yes. And look, what I say to people, if you want to experience like your true self in this lifetime, is it doesn't mean you don't ever go back to the diet, which makes you feel, good. But if you've ever for extended periods eaten things raw, you experience the world and yourself in a way you just did not think possible. Like, it's quite unbelievable. It's remarkable. And that's worth exploring. But if I was going to do it, it wasn't in a hurry because my health wasn't too bad, I would still do some, cooked lentils with some sprouts, maybe some more salad, and maybe still some sweet potato or whatever. I'm not telling people to rush into this because I think rushing into this, it can be very traumatic for people. And they're like, I don't feel that good. And I'm like, well, there's an adjustment period. For me, the only way for me was up. Like in my case, like every food was just so, because when you eat cooked food or when you eat anything, you get a leukocytosis response in the body. That's no different if bacteria enters the system or the gut, basically the same as like getting cancer. The body makes leukocytes, white blood cells. Okay, if you eat a big barbecued steak with a barbecue sauce which has got all flavors and colorings and stuff in it, and then afterwards ice cream with chocolate or processed stuff, is the amount of energy your body requires to send to the gut to break that down. It raises, it's acidic, but it heats up, causes leukocytosis, inflammation. And the problem with it is just say that was all raw food, okay? At least when it got broken down, the human that ate that meal would get nutrients. But in the case of eating like this rib and meat, a lot of it is just waste product, which the body has to use more energy to try assimilate or get rid of. And what you're doing here is freeing up digestive power. And you can really see that with someone who's got missing organs, that like, it's not even like, I don't even know whether when I started this, I went out to fix part of myself. All I wanted to do is not feel like how I look. Like literally, I felt so horrible. I was like, it was unbelievable. And what guided me wasn't so much that, it was mostly the chronic fatigue element that I could just be up and not be so exhausted. I just wanted to crash out again. And that I could do things. And then all the other stuff like the hair growing back and my skin becoming nice and my eyes going bright blue and healing my liver, healing the proteins. I didn't have a B12 shot, so I don't know why that corrected itself for a year, I don't think. Or maybe, no, it wasn't. It was at least, maybe I just left it and was okay for a while. That was low. My iron healed itself. Did not do that eating meat and did not do that on a vegan diet, paleo, nothing, until I went raw. Because it's so easy to break down, you get a very low inflammation response, and then what crosses that gut wall is usable. It's hydration, minerals, vitamins, and it's, as I said, very low inflammation. So the body has a whole ton of energy that it can just do stuff with. Bit of Alzheimer's goes, bit of sore knee goes. All the stories I hear, it makes sense. It's like really quite simple. And I think what's kind of scary is when we go into like going to a doctor to fix something, it's always made so complicated because their education's so complicated. Yeah. I'm 44. Yes, it's a generalization that when a brand name becomes used for the name of a category of the product, the same brand, Jello. Oh yeah. Or Hoover. That's so true. I guess like when I grew up in Australia with Glad Wrap, I never questioned it. It's only with the advancement of the internet where Australian slang is extraordinary. Oh my God, I posted on my story. So when it's your birthday in Australia, we say happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Sky, happy birthday to you. We say hip hip hooray, hip, hip, hooray. Like it's like we all do it together. Well, usually the most confident person kind of initiates it and does the hip, hip, and everyone else goes, hooray. Okay, and I saw this reel. This is so true of Australia. This American guy going, did you know that all Australians do a hibib hooray? And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? And he thinks the interpretation is we're all going, habib, hooray. Like it's so, this is what I feel like it happens for us Australians is no one really gets us except us. I'm not eating a real steak. We saw what I looked like when I ate real steak. We're not going back there. What's good for stress and anxiety? Okay, first off, with stress, with whatever is going on, stress, anxiety, chronic fatigue, heart palpitations, mood dysregulation, hormone problems, gut issues, I like that first sign that the kind of clogs on the wheel are not spinning in unison correctly in flow, dis-ease in the body. So I would eat as clean and as light as you can in your world, what looks and works good for you. But what I notice with the PTSD, the chronic fatigue, having post-suicidal thoughts, being dissociated, losing parts of my memory, so that's psych, and massive amounts of anxiety is it comes back when I get dehydrated. Now, for someone with missing organs, that can happen very, very quickly, especially parts of your GI tract missing, because you've got so much electrolyte regulation there. But when I say hydrated, water doesn't cut it. I could drink, if I drink 3 liters of coconut water, I'm walking around God's planet. I literally am like floating. Fresh coconut water. I'm so hydrated and so content and complete. There's no words, because this is, we've spoken about this on the channel before. This has the same electrolyte concentration as blood plasma, and they've used this in blood transfusions. We discovered in a journal article in the Solomon Islands during war times when people bled out. So it's absolutely incredible. When you pasteurize it, something changes it denatures a lot of the nutrients. They're just not active. I know people talk a lot about enzymes. It's like the living is what I feel I become from drinking this. Green juice does it to me. If I drank 3 liters of water, it wouldn't really do anything but probably bloat me and make me go to the toilet a lot. I used to drink 3 liters of water all the time. So these are the first signs for me, I'm not doing my raw diet correctly right now. That is the anxiety, bit of bloating, but that can come from overeating, so that's not really a good sign for me. The chronic fatigue, I'll find myself back in bed. And all I have to do is get a few coconut waters in. Actually, today was a good example. A few coconut waters in, and I'll tell you why today was a good example in a second, and green juices. So green juice for me is like, and this as well, I haven't broken it down, but I will ask ChatGPT. I'm pretty sure this would be very similar to the electrolyte makeup and minerals and sugar, carbohydrate makeup of the blood, in a stable blood sugars of the blood, is the green or the lemon ginger blast that Lou Corona does. So you've got lemon, you've got cucumber, you've got celery. I choose to use either mint, some sort of herb, or greens, mint. I use ginger, and I think all of that combination is just perfect for the body, but it still probably doesn't top fresh coconut water. But nothing tops something being made by God or the universe, like ever, in my experience. I've been drugged, I've been surgered, I've been to top doctors, specialists, and I've been on this side, and I've juiced, I've done dehydrated foods, I've done superfoods. Nothing beats something. And if you eat it fresh off a tree, it's a whole nother element of healing yourself. But when it comes to what my signs are, and I think everyone has their Achilles heel, which will be that, like, the first thing that starts to come up, which really probably defined a lot of their healing journey. For a lot of people, that's going to be anxiety, depression, like that extreme fatigue, moodiness, hormonal disruption. And I would suggest learning to include more raw foods, but maybe just a green juice. So the reason I used to have, if I got a mast cell activation flare up, I would grab a case of this, which is basically like pure electrolytes, and start drinking it. It would stop. I now use quercetin, which seems to really help, and I haven't had a flare up since I've used it. I'll get a little few bumps on my skin of histamine issues. Take the quercetin. I have this with me everywhere. I do not leave home without it. I just take 1 or 2, depending on what I feel like, and it stops. And I try to do 1 to 2 in the morning and 1 to 2 at night now. That's what I'm on now. There is a mast cell activation kit that you guys can send off for if you want to learn more. But I have been, and I kind of knew it would have to come to an end, is I've been doing matchas, and they have caffeine in it, and it does not affect me the same way as a coffee. A coffee, freak, my heart nearly comes out of my chest. I don't know how I drank it for so many years. Anyway, I am going to stop matchas because I went in today to jury duty and I had so much anxiety. And since being on a raw food diet, I don't have anxiety. Not at all. None. And I started drinking coconut waters and I started to feel better and realized how dehydrated I'd become. And not much. I only had 1 a day. I've shared on here what I do. And I'm not saying I'll never have one again, but at this stage, I will just be doing green juices and coconut waters again. Yeah, because some of those old symptoms came up. I am vegan. No, I will not stop talking. No, I'm not a mother. No, I'm 44. Oh, I must have missed whatever somebody did if they've been rude. We have to send them love. Remember, they need the most love. Don't eat vegan. No, well, don't do that, because don't eat what your body needs so that you feel absolutely incredible every single day. Oh, you've got the shingles at the moment. So what I learned about the shingles is it's absolutely horrible, but you're probably already on it. So one of the best things that people I've worked with, including myself, have used, what is it? Which you probably, is the lysine, L-lysine. It basically kills the herpes virus. It's an amino acid. And a lot of people find benefits with it. In fact, when a lot of people find benefits with it the most is post shingles, where you get chronic histamine issues, sensitivities to light, all sorts of like sensitivities to things. This can really help. I'm not good with these sort of things, but if I get really bad after the shingles, I've used some of this in water. And a lot of other people I work with could not function without it. Yeah. So I hope that helps you, Helen. I'm so sorry. Everyone does have their own life story to tell. Like, I know a lot of people might think mine's really special, but in fact, I don't know if I've ever not heard anybody's life story that hasn't been special, because people go through it every day. Different emotions, different feelings, different learning curves. And I've said before, like, some of the greatest fears and confrontations I've had have been in my school years, where I really didn't have much wrong yet. You know, like, how we feel is really what determines how crushed or traumatized we feel by an event. By the time I'm getting organs removed and chronic surgeries and living in a bed, I'm numb. I'm so used to it. Like, it's not the same. And I think the story starts where I start to overcome it all, when I realize, like, just what is possible for a human. And I knew that. And I've said this before, I've just been really busy. I will get more into it, I think, when I get back from America. But I will, because I got my new camera and I want to do more vlogging and post more like long form videos. And I want to get out all the photos that I took when I healed. I took photos of everything I ate, everywhere I went. I was mesmerized, because when you eat this way, also everything lights up. So I was so mesmerized by the universe. Is your sex life okay, or did you move on? I don't know what that means. I don't have a partner, so there is no sex life right now, but I don't know what moving on means. Oh, I will have to remove some of these people. Sorry, guys. Unless it's a... Let me just... Hello. How do you deal with bugs when you're grounding on the outside? It's really funny. The more raw food I put in, the more the universe felt like it was loving me. So most of my life, if ants got on me, I'd probably just whack my leg. Wouldn't think twice about killing them like they're a problem. Or if something landed on me, I'd be like, get it off me. Or grass used to be itchy. But as I filled my body with nature, it seemed to just connect. It's the best way to describe it is if you have been on raw foods for a couple of days, you will get it. You literally go outside and things that used to bother you, like sitting on a stick or bark, are just like a light touch or just that's how the world becomes. It's like everything instead of being grinding at you is like this light little like information that comes in. So as for bugs, I don't know how bad the bugs get. It's almost like I talk to the bugs. So I'm like, hello, I'll watch out for you. I don't hurt you. My mum thinks when she calls me, she always hears birds in the background. She goes, I imagine you're like Snow White. You're like dancing around talking to trees and birds. Kind of am a bit. That's how I feel about grounding. I will ground anywhere. Yeah. Sleeping time. Good night, Daniel. Eat meat only. That's why she had all these problems. See, Super Farm 777, you can't get on and say things like that. See, you don't even understand what a stomach does. But I don't have a stomach. So telling someone to do something is really irresponsible. It's why I don't get on here and tell any of you to do anything. I just share what I do because it's really dangerous. People start projecting what every person should do, and from what I've learned is I wouldn't have even been able to stay raw if some days I ate like certain foods. Like I could have a whole cabinet of foods, but I would probably go off the diet if I didn't go to the shops and grab, I don't know, an extra couple avocados or sometimes I've need, I don't know, lots of greens for a green juice or something like that. And people get on here and they're like, oh, you assume you know me. You assume you know what it was like to have 60 surgeries, 7 major organs removed, have your stomach, duodenum, top of intestine removed, full hysterectomy, be in a bed for 15 years, miss most of my life from the age of 16, and you think that what will fix me is eating meat when I can't have no hydrochloric acid. So please do not, especially me, do not tell me what to do, but I would highly suggest don't tell anybody what to do. I'm not up here doing that. I literally just share my recipes and share how I feel, like that it makes me feel good. So that's my stance on that. Oh, you stopped drinking alcohol, Peter. That's amazing. That's amazing. It's 4 a.m. your time. You definitely need to sleep. Apple cider vinegar on a cotton ball tip on a mole will remove it painlessly daily until it's gone. Is that true? Oh, I want to talk on this for a second. So I saw somebody, I don't know, this might be common knowledge. Somebody said that because I only have one like raised mole, which is pretty much there. I have a couple like freckly like ones, but I don't have any. And I think that's true is people who have them like on their face, they're in very similar spots, and apparently they sit just on top of lymph glands. They're just the body that's detoxed at an extraordinary level, and it's like kind of like held it like in a tumor type way. And I was like, that kind of makes sense. And I don't go down rabbit holes because there'll be a whole argument for why this isn't true and not true. I just like to think on things. I've learned this by being around doctors for an extraordinary amount of time, and then doing things naturally is like people can tell me there's something wrong with my watermelon or that why I should have watermelon. And then I have greens. No, you shouldn't have greens. It's got oxalates. People say you should have green. It's like, so that's why even more so. But it doesn't bother me because I already knew that I had to do what I needed to do. There is reasons. There's pluses and minuses for everything. You're best off to do what you feel. You have to feel good like consistently to know that what you're doing is working. But yeah, that's why I never dig too deep into rabbit holes anymore. I think she helped manage and recover her health from problems. A plant-based diet sounds like the problems existed before that. Yes, they did. When you tenderize cooked cabbage with your hands, I don't know if now I'm getting confused if they're real questions or not. I don't use mayonnaise, there's eggs in it. You subscribed, thank you. I would love to eat it raw. Raw food's the best. Hello. We have so much in common. I have so much admiration for you. It's really hard for others to understand what it's like. It is definitely, and one thing I've learnt, and Helen, you'll relate to this, is no one can understand what you've been through when you've been through a lot. And I was probably somebody who used to be at some stage, oh, you just haven't had enough vitamins, or you didn't have this growing up, and then just moved on. But when you've been through it, and I think anyone who doesn't say a lot on these or has questions, I think has really been through it. I think when people just flippantly say things, they're in that state of like crazy denial. And one day they will need help, and hopefully they remember lives like this, that there's people out there sharing things that can help support them. Because if you've been through a lot, suffered a lot, know true pain and suffering, it's very hard to say mean things to somebody else when you've healed it. Does that make sense? So if you're in the midst of like feeling like the whole world's attacking you and this was done to you, you're in victimhood, and you know this is like, I don't know, but people tend to then start like projecting. When you've been through it and you've come out the other side and you've started to heal, you don't project as much. Sure, you can get triggered, but you don't get on someone else's live and be like, you're kind of useless, you're old, you're like, why are you still talking? Like, those people haven't been through it. If they had, you just wouldn't want to hurt a fly. I can't imagine wanting anyone to feel pain. If you felt true pain, you don't want anyone to feel pain. No, I'm not a doctor. That's why I don't give advice. I even see how confused doctors are online. They say that's why someone like Gary Bracker has so much confidence when he delivers any speech and uses like hype words, like methylate and these things. He says why doctors seem underconfident, and underconfident is because they have so much information going through their head. When somebody speaks, like asks about methylation, there's like, this could happen, that could happen, this is involved, that's involved, that even the answer they give isn't very confident because there's so many variables. And so even doctors can't even give you a set answer. That's why I encourage people to listen to consistently feeling good. Like, look, I've done a live on this, is how I healed myself when I couldn't read or write or access my university information in my head. My brain didn't work. I had no family. I'd just been homeless. I'd been an alcoholic. Everything was crashing out. I had nothing. My hair was falling out. And finally, I started to feel that things were making me feel certain ways. Being out in nature and having food not cooked consistently made me feel better than ups and downs of having a cooked meal. Or anything from a packet, or the more time I spent inside, it was like having muscle activation. It was like being like clawed at, and outside I didn't have that, and that couldn't have been taught to me, because I'd be like, you know what, I've tried everything, blah blah blah. But when you're at rock bottom and you just feel things work, and what I say to people, it's not my lesson I want you to learn, is you have all of this in you. I remember just thinking back, Sky, okay, no medication, no more doctors, none of this. What are you going to do? When did you actually feel good in your life? Because that's like naturally, because that's all you're going to have to work with. And it was that I used to feel good as a kid in the surf, and luckily I lived near a river and a beach, so I just, when I could finally get up, got into those. And the other was that a naturopath, no, he wasn't a naturopath, he was an osteopath, said he'd had a lot of success with people with all sorts of diseases eating only plants, cooked and raw, for 2 days with only salt and soy sauce. That's all you could have on it. Tamari, not even soy sauce, tamari. And then every second night you can eat whatever you wanted. And I remember, because it was so much work to do. And see, most naturopaths also usually prescribe me like 12 vitamins and supplements, which actually aggravate the hell out of mast cell activation. which is when they put me on their diets, I don't think I ever got any benefits from. But I remember in my head at rock bottom going, well, I did feel much better doing that. I don't have to eat something every second night. So I just did lightly cooked plants, but tried to do it raw. But that's what I continued on with. But that was a thought in my past. Like when you, out of all the stuff I'd been taught, like I went to university doing science, like psychology for 5 years, doing biology, doing chemistry, none of that. Well, I couldn't really access it. My brain academia wise did not work. It literally struggled when you got FND to get me from A to B. It's like it just did not work anymore. Anyway, I remembered that, and that was enough to keep me motivated to do what I'm doing. But what I'm saying here is everyone has a story like this. There's a time, if you look over your life, there's times you felt better and worse. The other one that came to me is school holidays with low stress, school summer holidays, being outdoors all day with no shoes on and doing things that were not involved computers. Implemented that. All things which I really, when doctors continued to, through my psych journey, put me on things, take me off things, inject me with things, force things in my body, I did not want to get back there. I did not want surgeries. So to know like that there's the best I felt in my life was really like school holidays, eating plants and being outdoors. And that is, I had to rethink and remember this for myself, for my awakening. And I don't specifically think, I think everyone would have memories of being kids, like running around with no shoes on in the summer holidays. I don't know, that's how I really knew that I was on the right path. B12, what about Vegemite? I eat almost every day. I'm not great with fermented foods. I don't actually know what's in Vegemite. It tastes similar to nutritional yeast, which I eat occasionally. But predominantly my diet is like, it went from being like what is healthy in a shop that I should be having to like how do I get rid of that and use that, like that being a treat, like this becoming like a treat. And predominantly I have things that God made, the universe made, that are just here. And I just feel fresh and light and energized, and my body just feels fresh and light and energized. And these are a real treat, which I do a couple times a week, try 1 or twice a week. More than that, I start to not feel as good. But that's how my mentality shifted. How do I not, even this, it's like break in case of emergency. If you're doing all the fresh you can and you still need some support, then I add it in because I can feel how hard my body works to process things that aren't this. It's like coming home. It's like, oh, I missed you, now I'm back. And that only happens with raw foods, like living alive, growing foods. Raw is definitely, I don't know if that's supposed to be, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. I bet grandma has some liquor in her drink. No. Thank you. Gotta find a woman who likes coconut, cranberry, and lemon. That does sound good. I think I used to drink something like that. Oh, don't worry, I'm so used to people calling me grandma. True. Wrinkles on your palms. Yeah. There. I don't know whether they're constant wrinkles, but yeah, there is. Oh, thank you. I am from Australia. Is there any plants that help with depression? What I say on this channel, and what is really, really important to know, is that you have to get the foundations right. You have to get the good food the good sleep, the lower stress, the good people around you, be out in nature. There's literally, then on top of that, if I hear saffron, a lot of people are having help with. But what I found in my lifetime before finding raw foods is there's a whole lot of stuff I've tried for years. What are some of the first things I tried when I was unwell were from naturopaths. None of it works. How it works now is if I am on a raw food diet and I'm hydrated, I'm looking after myself, and I choose to put a couple things in, my body can handle it. But the idea that getting a whole ton of things and putting them in while you're eating a diet which doesn't serve you, making choices that don't serve you, drinking and smoking, it's just not possible. I feel like my whole life I tried everything. Nothing worked until I had the lifestyle down pat and then had respect for whatever I chose to bring in. There's literally no shortcuts, because healing yourself physically is also spiritually, emotionally, and mental. And you can't separate those. Those are like the truth. And when you realize that, you realize why surgeries don't work, or the antidepressants don't work, or eating a horrible diet and only going to church. Like when you actually find yourself, all of them heal simultaneously. That's what changed when I went on the raw foods, is everything changes or pulls back accordingly, and they all have to sit in alignment. They're always, if I'm struggling physically, I'm struggling spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, and I cannot move forward until I am in harmony again. And then it's just like this ebb and flow. So I'm glad you take L-lysine. Oh yeah, people keep asking me to make portobello burgers. I think a lot in the shower, guys. I actually in the shower thought about the portobello burger, and why I've never made it is because it overwhelms me. Because like when I eat raw foods and I make like a burger patty that's dehydrated, I will partner that with hydration, like tomato, avocado, some fresh onions, maybe a tomato sauce that I make, and a lettuce burger. So it's not so dehydrating on the system. But to me, to make a big portobello burger seems really dense and overwhelming, and I usually don't make things until I feel they'll sit right with me. So maybe what I can do is do like, I don't know, it'll come to me. I feel really overwhelmed thinking about like double-decker portobello mushrooms with like a dehydrated patty in the middle. So I will think about it. I'm up for suggestions, guys. Where are my moderators tonight? Woo! Throwing things around. Plant foods are high in antioxidants and phytochemicals, which generally help to repair damage and decrease inflammation in brain cells. In addition, plant foods help restore balance to neurotransmitters. Definitely. 100%. I would love a mod. I would love a moderator. If you want to do it, Super Slav. Plants can help in general with depression and brain health. But what was so interesting is we're not talking, so like if you're going to rebuild the body, it can take, well, at least months from nutrients as everything repairs. But what was so interesting about eating the raw foods is very instantaneously I started to feel better. And that to me was the load is a lot less on the digestive tract, plus you're really hydrated. And I think that combo for any disease, and how I know that combo works is if you've ever been hospitalized, and for me, I've needed blood transfusions, I've been bleeding out, and while you're waiting, they'll give you fluids. And the fluids basically kind of bring you back to life. Or if you've been vomiting overnight and they give you fluids, you notice the fluids bring you back to life, which aren't just fluids. There's minerals and salts and bicarb and all that sort of stuff in there, which the body needs. And I feel like that is what raw foods is like. It's like that infusion you get in hospital. Hello. Tai Chi. I hear a lot of people really like Tai Chi. I am from Sydney. Hello. I do Pilates. Gosh, there's a lot of people here just talking about stuff that like I know it's quite crazy. It's kind of, you know what happens, and I've learned this from experience, is if somebody is acting 14 years old, something has happened to them at that age to keep them there. Like I could never imagine, okay, this is how I see it. Imagine somebody gets online and they've missed their whole life because they've been sick and they've had over 60 surgeries, they have 7 major organs removed. They've lost a lot of their life, they've got all this disease, and they've decided on their Friday night to get on here and share a recipe, show you how to open a coconut, and just talk about some things that helped them through hard times. And then people get on here and say all sorts of things. Like I couldn't imagine why someone would like, what sort of person would do that is kind of like, so that in my head is like they must be very damaged. Because I'm not the only one doing this. Like because it's one thing to go through an extreme trauma, it's a whole nother ball game to get up and not only share information that helped them, but like recipes that helped them. And then, yeah, so it just seems like it's kind of like almost unbelievable. Oh, congratulations, Master T and M. I did my first live stream yesterday. I hope it went well. Yeah, I'm really interested. I'll have to like and subscribe. Can you comment under this video so I can find you again and I'll go and have a look if you saved it? Yeah, so I think you can get plant-based mayonnaise, and you can make some. So I haven't actually here, let me have a chat to GGP, but you can actually, it has egg in it. But don't people who eat plant-based, I don't have fava beans, but fava beans, is that what you call chickpeas? And the fava stuff that's in there makes chat GTP. Let's see. I'm gonna say, how do I make a raw vegan mayo? Also, if you are a raw foodist or a plant-based foodist and you want to get good recipes, I always say Google is great. I have a lot of recipes, but always Google. The other is just ask ChatGTP. So ChatGTP has said, I will be honest here, I don't use it often unless something comes to mind and I need a specific breakup. I'm more of, as you can see, I do a bit of this and a bit of that. But raw cashews, fresh water, lemon juice, this is what I was thinking, but here. Apple cider vinegar, mustard or mustard seeds, a pinch of celery powder, and medjool dates. There you go. Not hard at all. And you might want to taper those. Yeah, I would have said this, add a little garlic or onion powder if you like as well. And it says use other herbs like dill, but that seems to be the foundation is, oh, it says to add oil as well. So, yes. That's true. I think there's a difference. I think when you see doctors for what they are, and that is emergencies, if like that is all I see it for, like as in like I will every day, my whole day is about looking after me. I changed my lifestyle from not looking after me to looking after me, thinking that something external was going to help me when my whole life is about looking after me. Like anything that makes me feel pain is self-destructive and sabotage. Every choice I make has to land me consistently, not in pain. I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry guys, I'll be back. This is what happens on long live. Yes, I think you should definitely just realize that doctors, like if you break a leg or you get an infection that just the temperature just will not drop, or like they're definitely there for that. But anything more, even there was this top psychiatrist that was saying doctors don't heal anxiety, they don't heal depression. And I've said this before, there's only a handful, it's like 7 or 8 or something medication families that actually fix disease. The rest of the hundreds and thousands of medications only suppress a symptom. It's like what is it, penicillin, there's something for like a specific type of breast cancer, there's something for a specific type of heart disease. It's like very specific, the rest not. So hello. I'm trying to like, I'm trying to do some moderating here, guys. Okay, well, let me just pull these down. Let me go all the way to the bottom. Okay, and down the bottom. Then wonders why she's depressed. You have to feel sorry for people like this. No real skills, just been selling her body her entire life. Is this about me? I haven't even had a life. I don't actually think I'm selling anything, am I? People say some strange things. Is that about me? I don't know. We'll just get rid of that person. Yes, B12, but B12's even supplemented in animals. People actually think that animals contain B12, but they're given B12 and then we eat it. So it's like there's not really that much difference. I would love a mod. Here, do you want to be the mod? I would love you to be the mod. I am Australian. I just skipped everybody because everybody I think is talking about something. I go back up and have a look. Get rid of my plastic utensils. What plastic utensils? This is a glass. Oop, I spat something over me. Oh, thanks, Juanita. Juanita loves my recipes. Good morning. It's still from supplements. Yes, it is. I'm dying. No, let's bring up me dying. Let's bring up me dying. I'm definitely not dying. That was me dying. I ain't dying now. I ain't dying now, people. That was me dying. That's why we do these. Because I'm not dying anymore. So we talk on health. Why would I eat a kangaroo? I'm a vegan. You can definitely be a mod. You are definitely. There you go. The floor is yours. Good morning, Spencer. That's not true. To be a vegan, you have to take supplements. I didn't do anything but eat plants. I didn't even have what you would call high protein. People are just very misinformed. I've got some photos here. I started 2021. I didn't even have nuts and seeds, just avocado and fruit and some greens. And that's 10 months later. I have no supplements. During that time, nothing went in my mouth except fresh, nothing from a packet except a few pieces of raw nori sheets and a little bit of dulse. Not even nuts and seeds was I eating at this point for months. So Like the only time when you eat vegan, possibly, I did not do well with cooked vegan. I was eating like grilled tofu, and remember, I don't have a stomach though. Grilled tofu, salads, ragouts. When I was in a private hospital, they were literally whipping me up all sorts of. Well, they had to. I had a nutritionist that made sure everything was required, but my body just stopped making things. There is something about cooked foods. And I would love to say, well, not love to say, it's not just me. Many other people heal this way. So, yeah, that's not really true. So, thoughts on tinctures. Okay, so tinctures worry me because because usually they sit in alcohol, right? So that's very strong, even a drop of that in my body. And even this is what I believe is anything that's even in the tincture that can be used would be for me overshadowed by the delivery system. Okay, that's what makes this so amazing and the raw food so amazing is the delivery system is just little cells pop open and give you nutrients. That's all that's happening. And I have found every time I try even dried herbs, tinctures would just kill me. They literally, I could not do them. It's like one of those things, if you're doing food right, sleep and movement to the best of your ability and you need some support, go for it. But never think that just like a herb or a tincture will fix everything. That's what I had to learn the hard way. The thing that actually fixes you is what you do every day. That I get up and I make juice, and then I go for a run or do Pilates, and then I do things that make me feel good and low stress, like where I'm a health coach and do podcasts and make more. And then in my spare time, I make recipes which just help me heal. Or I go on Amazon and make food choices and order all these different spices and herbs that make me feel good. Or I'll go outside and put my feet on the ground. Everything I do is to make me a better person. And yes, it's not always perfect, but the next day, usually if I've fallen down a little bit, I just keep doing what I always learnt. And yes, some things can come in and support me, like at the moment, quercetin is. But if I had the choice of quercetin or a raw food diet and like my lifestyle, 100% the lifestyle, like 1,000,000,000% the lifestyle. Like this is still, it's only able to like lower something a little bit. Because this is a polyphenol from plants. So it's just more concentrated. So I'm doing the best I can in it, but it wouldn't, if I was eating a normal diet, this wouldn't hit the sides. Like at all. I'm not, and that's what I did my whole life, is thinking that there's all these pills and tablets and herbs and vitamins and that are going to do the fixing, but the fixing's actually the lifestyle. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. This is a coconut. I am back. We can eat tasty plants. We just made tasty plants. We just made, and they don't have to be difficult. Like who doesn't like, like just like, even when I think of plants, they make me happy. You know, who doesn't like mango or avocado or chili or lime or, I don't know, a fig and pear salad with cashews through it. Like a big durian, that chocolate sapote fruit that I had, like exploring all the tropical fruits. When you make that your life, you just feel good all the time and all the food tastes good. What you think doesn't taste good is just all the addictions people have. All the things that people think are food are just like a hit, a really strong hit. And then afterwards you don't feel good, so you want something else. But like plants just are amazing. So, can I eat a handful of arsenic? That's just such a strange thing to think about. Quercetin is excellent for my brain because it inhibits MAO. Interesting. Because that's going to help with depression and mood. I have no stomach, yes. It was removed. And my duodenum and the top of my intestines. And a full hysterectomy as well. But the stomach. I had a rare congenital disease in my hip and on my uteral sacral ligament, which caused an extreme amount of pain, which made me very sick from the pain. But they also had me on anti-inflammatory medications, and I had a H. pylori virus in my stomach. I was just really sick. I was having a lot of surgery for my back, and I got an ulcer in my duodenum. Didn't know it perforated. Didn't know until my body actually ran out of blood for my brain, and I couldn't stay conscious. And every time I came conscious, I'd just bring out digested blood, and I was rushed to hospital. And they said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I have this rare disease in my hip, and I don't know. I thought I was bringing up dinner. Apparently, it was digested blood." And they gave me like 10 blood transfusions, and they're like, "Oh, you must have lost a lot of blood during one of your surgeries from your hip." And I was like, "Probably." Anything new come up? And I said, "Well, you know what? At night, my stomach has a really sharp pain, like really sharp pain, and I've never felt before." And the gastro doctor said to my mum, "Go home, have a shower, she'll be fine. She'll be out of surgery in an hour and a half." 14 hours later, they brought over a surgeon from another hospital. They'd cut me from here to here, to here. And there's just everything, blood coming up, down, burst organs. So they cauterized all the way up and down to try and fix it. And they thought they had. And I woke up in ICU with staples all the way down, and took months, and I started eating again. And I'm about to go home from the hospital, and I projectile bright red blood on the walls, on the phone, on the floor, on the pillows, and just kind of like couldn't move because I lost a lot of blood again. Pushed the buzzer, nurse came in, rushed me back up into ICU, back into emergency surgery. This time they didn't cut this open again. They went straight down through a tube. I think they might have cut the top part open again, and a tube went in, and they're trying to like fix it from both sides. And they said to me when I woke up, "If you vomit blood again, we have to remove." And they drew this diagram of what a stomach looks like and where they were going to chop out and chop. They had to go all the way down because it had all rotted. And of course I got up and vomited blood, but not extremely like that exorcism one. And they rushed me. Well, they didn't rush me this time. They took me back up, and that was another massive surgery, about 14 hours. And this time they took out most of the stomach, the duodenum, and the top of next part of the intestines there. But there was a small part of stomach that they were able to leave, but over time it just stretched to become like the esophagus that goes down, just stretches all the way down. So there is a few stomach cells there, but it doesn't look like a pouch, and it doesn't digest the same way, it just drops. So that's the story. How I lost my stomach. Try a chili shake with cashew. That does sound interesting. Like a chocolate chili shake, or just a chili shake? Otherwise it's a dressing, really. I'm 10 hours into a fast. I should hit ketosis in about 7 hours. Good on you. No, not for weight loss. It was emergency surgery. Nice to meet you. Thank you for modding, Superslav. Chicago. It is a big scar. It was a big surgery. Yeah, to be honest, I will be honest about losing my stomach. I'd already had multiple surgeries for my hip, my pelvis, and this congenital disease that I'd had. I actually felt like before I lost my stomach, I was just a hypochondriac. I was like, oh, well, now people will believe how sick I actually am, which is quite sad. But had been very, very sick before that, but nothing to do with my stomach. So it didn't really, it was just like more surgery, more doctors. And in fact, this time at least they were like, they'd do a test. They'd be like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And then they fix it. I'm like, this is much better. Also my kidneys and liver got infected, and I had to have more surgeries. They had to drain all stuff off that. Pretty messy. What one vegetable and one fruit has helped you the most? So I would, to be honest, when it comes to, it's not really vegetable. I don't know. I was going to say avocado, but avocado is really a fruit. I feel like when I first went raw, something about having an extraordinary amount of, I was very underweight, of those fats from avocados just kept calming my system. especially at the start, it doesn't do it as much now. Now I tend to get a muscle activation effect from the histamines. But at the start, it was like my body needed things and it just never got it. And obviously one of them was fats. That really helped me, especially at the start. Coconut really does. Grapes, I can't eat them now, they hurt my teeth. But grapes, I did a long period of grapes because they have a lot of quercetin in them. They're low histamine, they helped me. Yeah, that's like I actually feel without coconut water and avocado and possibly grapes for that period, I may not have stayed raw. So there's like some days where I've been like, this is just not, is this working? Is this what's right? Which is no different. I'm being real here. In any diet, it gets like that, right? Because people every day like, tomorrow we'll start a new diet. This doesn't work, this works. I've actually been able to stay doing it. Also, chili really helped me with addiction because it was the only stimulating thing I ate. Like I would put fresh chili in my salads. It helped me as I came off alcohol and cigarettes, and because it lights you up, right? Sorry, I've gone off here. Like some days I've only stayed raw because I've gone and bought an extra couple avocados, or I've gone and had an excessive amount of coconut water when I've had a flare up. Not that I think I would have felt better, and I can't really go off raw, but that's probably the fruits, and they're all kind of fruits really. They're not vegetables. Vegetables are like what I noticed since doing more vegetables and doing like this, I do a lot of vegetables now, is how much my hair, even my hairdresser said, she goes, your hair, it's like you've got a whole new layer of hair coming through. I just feel stronger. I don't necessarily think there's one vegetable, but like just having more veggies, like your Brussels sprouts or your purple cabbage or your carrots and more greens, just having an abundance of veggies seems to really help. I feel I look younger. I feel like when I got too high into fruits, I aged really quickly. And then that's a hard one too, because I put my hormone replacement in and I noticed that I started to look younger. Estrogen does that, fountain of youth. But I couldn't do just fruits with estrogen. It needed real balance. It really needed balance. It needed, like I do really well now with fruits, greens, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and small amounts of like sprouts and like condiments and seaweeds, and too much fermented isn't good. That is fermented, but like apple cider vinegar is not really that great. But like I do really good with everything now, like as in I'm better off staying in balance. So yeah, I am okay now. Yeah, well, I didn't bounce back straight away from that surgery. So afterwards, I tried to go back to work, and then I had more surgery on my hip, which had a second piece of uterus attached to nerves and ligaments in the uterosacral ligament. They called endostomatosis, which is endo being internal inside. Stroma is like organ or piece of meat, which was sitting here, and osis made it a disease. They hadn't seen anything like it. So what usually happens when you're made as a baby, and if a bit of a liver floats off or a few cells of kidneys or a few cells of uterus float off, the body gets rid of it. It's a pathogen, it just gets rid of it. In my case, a few cells of the uterus attached themselves to a growing ligament and it grew around it, and that's fine until when I turned 8 and your body starts making hormones, it starts mapping out where, there's a communication going on, there's extra communication going on. So I've got extra amounts of estrogens and hormones and a piece of disease they didn't find till I was 21. And then when they did, they cut it out and I felt so much better finally. And then it came back, and then I lost my stomach. And then after losing my stomach, they went back in for because it came back really bad. And they said they made a surgical error where they left the wound open, and cells of those uterine cells now lodged onto the outside of the uterus, my bowel and my bladder. So they were constantly cramping, not just here now, everything's cramping after having this. This is when I was waking up having 500, this is all prescribed, 500 milligrams of OxyContin, breakthrough was 60 milligrams of OxyContin, Valium, SSRIs. I was on amphetamines for focus, for ADHD, stomach medication, hormone replacement from when I was 18. I was on a fentanyl patch of 170, which was changed every 2 days because it wouldn't last 3 days. I was in hospital having Botox injected into my spine and local anesthetic in my spine. They do release surgeries because the whole hip would twist in and they'd have to like pull it out. And I went through a lot. And so think about that, anybody still listening, when you make these comments to me, because like I not only survived that, lived in a room most of my life, had carers, never did anything but go to hospitals or try to survive. And now I get on here and don't even tell people what to do. I just share where I'm at now. So then they gave me put me in chemically induced menopause, which stopped my pain. My pain had actually reached this point where it was this nerve that ran into my toes, down into my fingers, and into my face and neck on the left side. And that stopped with chemically induced menopause at 29. But I was on a walking stick. This is this photo. Oh no, it's not this photo yet. I still didn't look too bad at this stage, I don't think. There's any photos. There was very few photos. I never left a room. If I did, if you know, it's me, because there's fentanyl patch, always a fentanyl patch on my arm and a walking stick. I have to look at some of those photos actually. Anyway, they put me in chemically induced menopause. It stopped. I refused to stay on any more drugs. I said, take it out, take it all out, take my everything, because the drugs were making me just as sick. And my theory was, you take all this, give me a hysterectomy, and that means that I will stop all the painkillers. It'll just all go away. So they gave me a complete hysterectomy in. Everything went, plus the cervix, plus they took as much they could around the area as well, so that the pain would stop. Like the pain was unbearable. Woke up and I felt really well, but then I had to go into menopause and I really didn't plan for that. Menopause is absolutely, going into it like that at 30 is unbelievable. You just literally, you don't even feel like the same person. If you've gone into like that sort of menopause, it's just like kind of losing yourself. You don't want your period, but then when your period goes, you're like, I miss you. So that was horrible. And then after about a year of trying to get through menopause, got on hormone replacement, I started needing that pain medication to come off. And as that came down, this is where I ended up. This is how I lost my memory, because I just went through so much trauma. I thought I was going to die. Here, this was me. That was coming off the opioids that there is 36. I started coming off the opioids at 31, and my body just couldn't handle anymore. And plus, I do think the body changes after menopause. It's not as strong. Well, I think my body had been through so much. So I'd been in ICU a few times. Everything was just shutting down. And they said, the only reason I was actually up this day is because my little baby nieces were in the water, and someone helped me in, I think. So I then lost my memory. I couldn't remember my name. I wouldn't talk for days. Then the psych hospital ripped everything that was left off me, which was so, so, so horrible. Hadn't really left my house besides going to a hospital, and now I'm in a psych unit, and that was horrible. And then I came through that but didn't have a lot of my memory. I started eating a paleo diet and I got better. I did better. I got rid of all the meds. I was only on hormone replacement. That's it. I refused to end up like this, be thrown in psych units, have doctors give you this, take this off you, no more. So that was in 2018 on paleo, and I did relatively well. But by the end of that year, I got shingles through the eye. I couldn't walk or talk after having the shingles. I had something called a neurological functional disorder. I started having seizures and couldn't get up, couldn't even butter my toast, just lay there, had to have people bathe me and shower me, went to a neurological hospital, had to relearn those things. Then I had severe PTSD. It was just like reliving my past. It was like being on all those medications and all those surgeries and in so much pain. I never processed anything. And so then I went through that, and yeah, and what happened next? Okay, I came out of the psych hospitals, and then the PTSD was still bad. I'm back home with carers and carers coming in for me, and I started to have alcohol to stop. It worked. Sipping on a bit of wine throughout the day would slow the thoughts overlaying, until my liver failed, and then started to fail, and I ended up back in hospital for 3 weeks. And this is where my parents said, we can't care for you anymore. So I became homeless. I did stay in some hotels my brother-in-law helped me get, but then I'd end up in hospital having seizures, and then I'd sleep outside of hospitals. and I'd lost most of my hair. Some days I couldn't stand. When I say I could go into a hospital try and get help, but I couldn't stand. I had a phone, it hardly worked, and even if it did, I couldn't push buttons most of the time. Like a functional neurological disorder is like hell. Anyway, some family members helped. I don't know who helped me get my first place, and this is where I've been vegan for a couple years, and I just start eating the food raw because I'm too sick. And I start doing things. And then when I cook the food, I can't do anything. So it was like, Sky, what are you willing to do? You've literally walked the path of hell. You can eat the food raw. That's all you have to do. And I did it. So it's a lot of surgeries. Well, it wasn't my leg, it was my hip, my pelvis. More drugs than most people. Most surgeons had never heard of anybody having the extreme. But why they said my body could tolerate it was because of the second piece of uterus mapping excess estrogen receptors in the brain. My response to pain was extraordinarily high. Like, it's like if you're a woman and you've got like that estrogen sensitivity that comes when your period comes, and like people touch you and you feel pain, it was pretty much like that all the time. I am 44. I have lost my mind. Yeah, 500. So if you know OxyContin, so before I started, and didn't give me all that at once. So those 80 tablets, I would pop 5 in the morning. If I had to go, if I had to get somewhere, I'd just have another one. So when I started, of course, like most surgeries, you would have 5 to 10 milligrams of OxyContin, not 500 in the morning, not another 60 of breakthrough, but because I was screaming nonstop in pain. And that's why I was in cardiac units getting ketamine, Botox in the spine. It was crazy. And then that's why it was so horrible. And then they thought I was going to die. And then it was like my body just split. And I call it my spiritual awakening. So happy birthday, Nick. Okay, what do you suggest to shift post-menopause weight? Good question. Good question. When I have gone off my estrogen, because remember, I have no uterus, so I don't need to take progesterone, which I just don't do well with. When I go off my estrogen replacement, my waist goes, I can look at food, and I've always been tiny. Before I had all these problems, never had weight issues, right? But everything just like drops, drop and roll. Wasn't there something like that? Anyway, everything just goes white. In truth, the only way I can manage my weight and my figure at this stage is that I've gone back on estrogen replacement therapy. There is bioidentical if that's something you want to do. I did try wild yam cream and I still use it. Love it. It wasn't the whole picture for me. But what I noticed as well is I need the estrogen. My joints get really stiff. I went off it for 3 years. 3 years. And before that, after 2018, I tried going off it again. I seem to just get big. Weight just comes off everywhere. And not too much sugar. I notice the more sugar I have, the worse it is. The worse it is. So I have to have a very balanced diet. And I find estrogen for me. I'm not recommending. I'm not a doctor. But for me, I'm just being honest. I went to menopause when I was 30, when I had the hysterectomy. Thank you, Super Slab, for deleting the messages. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think there's two things here. So your wife lost 53 pounds on a carnivore diet, but I can't eat meat, obviously. But I see those support groups. None of them feel very good. I see there's a few that seem to say they do, but most of them, when they start putting veggies back in, go, thank God, you know what it was like being constipated and having brain fog and a whole lot of things. And when you eat a raw food diet, I eat so much abundance. I think I eat more abundance than when I used to eat like normal foods, because they always made me feel so sick. So, yes, stop, drop, and roll. It's a fire safety slogan. Yes, but like I feel like everything just stopped, dropped, and you got roll. That's what it felt like. That's what menopause felt like. It didn't obviously here, but I was on hormone replacement here. But obviously I was coming off a lot of medication. I was sick. But as soon as I stop, even no matter how tiny I am, everything stops, drops, and turns into rolls. So, yeah. I think it's a case of whatever works for individual person. No. So that I want to talk on that for a second, because a huge part of my healing, as I said, is like spiritual and emotional, right? And you can't prescribe that to another person. I can't say start eating coconuts and steaks and your spirit and soul will take the path like that. Like, you know, start skipping down the yellow brick road. If you start feeling better on any lifestyle that is moving towards making you feel better, you're already on the right path. Like, I know it seems like I woke up and went raw vegan, but I went paleo and that was huge. I let go of all these medications and drugs. That was huge. Let go of smoking and drinking and then went back and let go of it again. Went vegan. All of these in the space of my story may seem minute, but when you go through them, they're huge and you let go of so much. Like, even going paleo from where I had been, like no pharmaceutical medications, I would have the occasional wine, very small with like lots of ice, got rid of coffee, was just having tea, lots of nuts, seeds, fruits, cooked veggies, a meat dish at night. That was huge. Though I went back once I had the FND, I was like, give me whatever vegan food you choose to give me. But still, being on a lot of psych drugs, it's hard to be vegan. You just want to eat everything in sight. And so it's all a process. And if once you realize that you're not just fixing your sore knee, you're actually healing yourself, you're already on the right path, because you'll start listening to yourself more. That's what I want for people, is for people to not listen to people who are like, you can lose this in 30 days, you can lose it. You don't want to lose parts of yourself. You want to find yourself, that like true self that's inside of you. And that comes when you enjoy what you do. So I love raw foods. Like, I love it. I love the taste. I love the look. I love the crunch. I love shopping for it. I love the feeling. All of that makes me happy before I even eat it. Like, it's already giving me goosebumps. Like, you want to live a life like that. And that may look different for other people, but the more you're in touch with that, the more you heal. You cannot just heal a sore bit. It'll just come out. Look at my story. It just pops out somewhere else. Chop it off there. It comes out somewhere else. It's everyone's life story. So until you truly start taking that path of, well, because like, think about it, is once you get off this live, you would be bombarded with lose this in 30 days, gain this in 50 days. Did you know that you've been sabotaging yourself by, we get bombarded with so much crap. Like, but what people don't do is literally, instead of doing an extra scroll, is just switch me off, or whoever's off, go outside with no shoes on and rub your feet in the ground and just sit there. It doesn't mean you have to sit there all day, but at least you're doing some grounding. There is no negative effects of sitting outside with your feet on the ground in grass, something grass, obviously, because you're going to want to get like that. There's electrons coming up into your organs, getting that mitochondria working. It's free energy. And we're just draining ourselves every day. And unless you go on with purpose, like you need support and you're at that stage where you love it, but still you've got to get out in nature. You've got to do food choices that make you feel good all the time. And that doesn't mean you've changed your whole diet yet, but start including your favorites. Because people are like, I don't like raw food. Who doesn't like an avocado? Add 3 halves of an avocado to your week. Or who doesn't like macadamias? Buy a packet. Yes, they're expensive. Have a couple each day. Let that be your treat instead of chocolate. But like, find the things that you love, if that's the direction you want to go, incorporate them and move towards the person you want to become, because there's no this is the biggest thing why people thought I'd never get well, is because if you've been sick from the age of 16, your whole mentality is disability. Everything for me was disability. I was on disability payments. People came in because I was disabled. How someone gets out of that is almost impossible. Can you get them out of pain? Yes, but they will always default back because you've had brain patterns so long. The only way my brain patterns really reset was by finding myself with this lifestyle. I tried like 10 diets and gym 5 days a week and still haven't shifted the weight. I'm 46. I would go get your hormones checked. I would go to a hormone doctor and get your hormones checked, because I have women who do really well on a raw food diet, who don't need hormone replacement, because a lot of things like the foods we eat can stress the system out even more and accumulate to weight. But a lot of the time also their hormones may be out of balance. Actually, I have people I worked with whose hormones were out of balance until they started eating plant-based or raw diet, and that fixed it. But as I'm saying here is it can be really overwhelming for someone. And also going to the gym 5 days, this is what I was trying to do. I was trying to fix it with exercise, and all I did was bulk up more. Now I go for a run every second day and Pilates every second or third day. I was doing running and Pilates every day and could not stop gaining weight. And I think because when estrogen drops, you increase cortisol, which is an androgen, which acts as testosterone in the female body, which is trying to compensate. So you get like a rounder face, a bigger face, you lose your finer features, you lose hair, you get weight around the middle. So it's like hormones and gut health, there is never one answer for one person. That's why people say I'm working on my gut or I'm working on my hormones, because what brings somebody into balance will not be the same as what brings somebody else into balance. So if you want to talk more, definitely send me an email. Thanks, Super Slav. Yeah, it's quite sad, I think, when people do that. I've been through some dark times. I'm pretty much thinking that these people have been through some dark times. There are certainly individual approaches that can work better or different for people, but then there's also an element of universal experience with proven science, which we should consider. Yes and no. So this was that. That's the front of my house, that water. I lived on the water. I went to a private school, grew up, given a car. I had everything. Top surgeons, top doctors, top professors. That one didn't work, next one. I went to a top university in New South Wales, studied science. That's where it led me. The only way I got out of the matrix or science per se is, and you hear this about stories about like miracle type stories, right? Was not a surgery that fixed me, but I fixed me. And so when you understand that we are on this planet to look after ourselves, and all a doctor can do is fix it. When I had my organs, my stomach removed, is all the doctors can do is take that out and get me stable. I couldn't even walk out of the hospital. They're not there to give us life. And nobody is. And if you look at a lot of like even the science that's going on with this, a lot of like, I don't know, even like the blueprint, what worries me about that is what is his name? Brian Johnson, is that it's all just supplements, and eventually you cannot live. I was on all of it. I was injections in hospital, B12s and iron infusions, and also seeing doctors, getting vitamin infusions, taking all the supplements, had multiple nutritionists. But I never cared for me because I never learnt that at school. I learnt, well, when somebody says it, that's the rules. So I think be very careful knowing that we should know what freaking squirrel is out there going, man, I've got to go read that book and that YouTube video before I go pick the next nut. Or maybe I'm not supposed to eat nuts. Now I'm going to eat an elephant. I feel like that's where humans have ended up. Elephant meat might have something in it. So now squirrels have decided from research and YouTube videos and someone that swayed them, they're going to eat an elephant. I feel that's what humans have done, is they just eat. If they don't need to eat, they don't. They don't overthink it. They live. There's so much value in living. I just have this real thing. I studied science that, and I look at doctors, they're not looking that healthy. Yes, there are some healthy looking ones, and when you look at their lifestyle, you'll know why. Their spare time is spent eating good, eating good, exercising, and looking after themselves mentally. And the ones that look like crap have the same knowledge, they got the same university skill, but in their time off, they're not looking after themselves. And that's what I try and want people to know is don't get up and do something because you read it in a book. Get up and do something because you know the sunshine feels nice on your skin, but if you stand too long, it starts to feel harsh. Don't overthink it, just get out of the sun. It's like real simple stuff that we're all stressed out about. So I think that's important. No, I don't have kids. I had a hysterectomy at 30. I don't know what that says. I have been vegan since 2019. I have been raw vegan for, I want to talk on the whole food plant-based thing in a second. I've been raw vegan since 4 years, but I was, when I had stopped drinking, even before when I was living at home, Mum it was pretty much whole food plant-based with the occasional bit of maybe something, but Mum made everything from scratch. I did drink during that period, but then when I stopped drinking, I was still whole food plant-based. And the biggest thing I noticed is the fatigue. I was just constantly tired. But so basic, to answer your question, I don't know if you mean that, vegan, and then whole food, pretty much most of it, because Mum just made everything from scratch. But then raw food for 4 years. One size definitely does not fit all. Life is like that splinter, right? Each of us is like a splinter of source or God, which is supposed to go out and better God or source or the experience. Like we're supposed to do things differently, but people need to do it because it feels good consistently. And even raw vegans eat differently. So most couples, that's the whole thing, and that's when you know you're in tune. They eat differently. They don't eat the same. I know people who their partner will eat higher fruit, and the female partner will have to have a salad by 7 p.m. They just eat differently, and that's so important. So yeah, vitamin D is a hormone. Well, they kind of act as hormones. Hormones act more as like neurotransmitters, really. Whereas vitamins act more as like that connective enzyme activation. Yes, but put some mushrooms out in the sun and they increase their vitamin D by about 500%. You only have to do it for an hour if you're in a cold climate. What would you recommend somebody who struggles with chronic stomach inflammation, gastritis? So stomach healing is a really hard one because some people will go on juice for a few weeks and be like, that settled my stomach, I'm now able to assimilate foods. Other people, it's like the worst thing they ever did. Now they can't get anything in. So I don't know what your diet's like already, but I would obviously start including foods that had less irritants in it, like garlic or onion or chili, and also anything that was too processed, yeah, but I don't know what you're eating. So yes, so my email, or you can text me on Instagram. My email is roarskye. It's in the description. It's roarskye, so it's ROARSKYE @gmail.com, or on Instagram I'm raw.skye. And you can message me there. So yeah, hormones and gut are those two things where once you realize it's a life commitment And if you keep those hormones and gut in balance, you'll find you feel amazing. Just generally a lot of symptoms like mast cell activation, brain fog, hair loss, mood problems, I don't know, just your whole life, just because all the annoying things you couldn't get a hold of just stop when they're good. But it just looks different for each person. It's like one of those, it's like a work thing for people. Oh, somebody 30 years plant-based. That's amazing. You can't concentrate. Do you know I had ADHD and I really struggle without having omega-3 fatty acids. If I have too much sugar, if I have too much dehydrated food, I have to stay in balance. I still have to stay hydrated. Excuse me. Hang on. Interesting. Being agoraphobic, I struggle to go outside much and I'm on medication. That and other things for pain. It's like a revolving door in a vicious cycle. It is. And if you're one of those sensitive souls, I am really sensitive to like when I am not hydrated enough or have not had enough fresh food, my sensitivities are some of the first that also show. Like touch will like drive me crazy. I'll pick up like something that's wet and it'll make me like literally cringe. Going outside, the sun will be like, I don't know. And I can see how things come about, but also that revolving door. Like I'll give you an example is, so when I got off everything back in 2018 and did paleo, and then I had shingles and they wanted me to take an antiviral and I don't think I did. I didn't even think took a pain relief at that time. I was like, nothing's going in me. But then after the FND, being in bed, I got constipated. So then they give me a laxative, which is a chemical. And that I hadn't had chemicals in my system in, well, at that stage, probably a good 6 months. And it made me feel even sicker. And then I got, because I don't have a stomach, gave me reflux. And then they gave me the Gaviscon. And then I couldn't stop dry reaching. And then they give me Maxilon. And then it gave me like a scratchy throat. So then they're giving me soothers. And I'm in a neurological hospital now. So once all this is on the charts, you're given it. And then they're like, I'm like depressed. So then they're trying multiple antidepressants again. So I've got, and that's what broke me even more, is that like I worked so hard to get well in like that 1 year, and it just accumulates all of these medications. And before you know it, I'm in a psych unit and they're injecting me. I'm like, this is making me sick. They don't care. They're injecting. Then they give you laxatives and you get deficient in things. They give you more things. And the difference here is when I was younger, all the medications piled up over years. But what I saw in 2018 is just what had happened to me instantly. And it happens again. No, it hasn't happened again, but I start to notice when it was, I broke my toe. Okay, and in doing that I couldn't run, and this is where I went back and tried coffee, which I think was that like boost that was like trying to give me that replacement of that like adrenaline replacement. Running had done, does not serve me, have not had it since. I tried it again once and it didn't work again, but back then I tried it for like a long period. And also I was on for 10 days some pain relief because my toe had displaced itself. So you've got coffee, you've got pain relief. And then I start going, I think I need a laxative. And then I could start to feel reflux, and then I need what we have, an antispasmodic called Buscopan, which helps with an inflamed gut. And it was just, when you're on a raw food diet, you see almost instantaneously what you were doing in your past. And I could just see it. I'm like, no, I just stopped everything. But it's just this lesson that, like, and then when I tried coffee again, I needed Buscopan again, and I thought I needed like, it just reminded me how like I had got to a point. Well, I mean, there is extreme disease there. I can't say for a fact that if I ate raw foods, it wouldn't have affected me this way. I would say it definitely wouldn't have as much, but how quickly we end up on a whole lot of stuff. And I saw this ad, which it was like a TikTok. It actually reminded me of myself. So this lady goes in, she has some diabetic pain or something, and she gets some pain, and then she gets constipated. So they give her something for the pain, and then she gets constipated. They give her something for the constipation, and then she gets, like me, gets reflux. And then the arthritic pain gave her low blood pressure, so now she's on blood pressure medication. And it just was like, it went on, but you get the point, right? It doesn't, once you get on one, they're so strong in your system, unless you're working really hard to maintain yourself. It's like why I have, not hormone replacement, estrogen therapy in, and I feel like a lot of what I do in my diet and life had, especially this first part of the year, was to balance that with the high omega-3s, lower sugars. Omega-3s are vital for me to hold the estrogen in. Otherwise, I feel like I'm really inflamed. And that was just not something I ever learned about. It was just like, you get this thing, pop another pill, pop another pill, pop another pill, pop another pill. And you don't question it because you have no right. Society's built these educated people hold more value than you. And you learn that even more so when you're in a psych unit, that you hold no value. So my hair's amazing. So I think we've seen this. So my hair is really, I'll pull it out. I've had some photos. My hair grew back very quickly. I ate, when I got too much into the fruit and not enough balance, it fell out again. But this is like, oh, it smells so nice. I use this beautiful product called Marinade. When I healed myself, I didn't use anything. I used apple cider vinegar, rosemary, I got rid of everything. Now I'm able to put dye back in. And yeah, and all these bits have grown back here. Well, that looks a bit baldish there, but usually compared to what it was, why is that looking balder? I know that's cleared up. Like see how you can see all these little bits here? This is only since doing more veggies and nuts and seeds. You can see it's regrowing here. I thought that did look better. Maybe it's the light, I don't know. But my hairdresser, when I saw my hairdresser, she's like, the ends, like for the original ends, she's like, you may have to trim that off, because she goes, all here, she goes, there's just so much hair. And I literally lost it all. Here, this. And it was grey. It's not grey. It's blonde and like brown again. That, oh, you don't know if you can see, but there was so many grey bits in it. So, and this is all just raw foods. So yeah. That was me in the photo. They're always me in the photo. My mum is a naturopath and lives on vitamins. Yeah, I don't think that's as good. I think what is good is when you actually like do all the fresh foods. Just because literally like the vitamins seem to, no one can actually live off vitamin infusions. Like you've seen people who even have a feeding tube. It's not like they're up looking like roses and fairies. It's just all vitamins. It's like being connected to nature and sunshine. It's like, okay, here's the prime example. When you see someone who spent a month in Bali or Thailand, even if they don't eat well, they're less stressed and they're outdoors a lot. They come back with blonder hair, more alkaline hair, and their skin looks different. They look more relaxed, they look younger. People look better when they're tanned and been in the sun. That was me. You're getting ready for school. Good for you. Why vegan? So I just brought the photos up. I've tried it all. It's not even vegan. It's raw vegan. And I think, like, I don't know if people were always walking around seeing animals. I don't believe that. Seeing animals and being like, I'm going to kill you, cut you up, get a piece, and eat you, when everything inside that animal came from a plant. I just think people would have eaten plants. Me eating meat. That was me cooked vegan. But and then I went raw, 10 months of eating raw foods. Like I literally am glowing. I look young. And so I don't believe that, I don't know. I am just here to share. So I think the difference between what I believe is I'm on a raw diet, still a raw food diet, because I feel so connected to God and source and life. Now, anytime I have too much dehydrated food, or not that I've gone back to food or coffee, you're just a whim that's floating around. So I don't know if people on carnivore are feeling enlightened or people on cooked plant-based. I wasn't. I felt better, and like there was less symptoms, I think, on. I still wasn't very well when I did paleo and when I did vegan. But the reason I stay raw vegan is I'm literally, it's like the sun is talking to me, and or the plants. And but as I said, if I have too much dehydrated food or too much of this, anything processed, is it's like I'm shut out. And it only comes with the fresh foods. So that's the only way that I know I will always be raw vegan. It really, the long-term thing has actually nothing to do with being symptom-free. It's because I actually feel like I'm always being, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like when you've sat at the beach all day. It's not even like that. There's no word to describe it. It's the most magical feeling, and that I'm not giving off anything. It's how I know me. Where she's vegan, but she doesn't think meat is bad for you, which it hasn't. It's not that I don't think it's bad for you. It's that I'm not here to judge. I mean, I ate meat for, not that I ate a lot of meat, for many years, and I don't think anyone finds their way or what works for them by somebody hating on them. I think how people find what works is it's like when they feel comfortable and they trust somebody to be just share what they know, and this is all I know, and be like, well, I'll try it. Maybe it doesn't work, or maybe when you've got an upset stomach or something, you're like, this works a bit more. When someone's like, you're doing it wrong and you need to eat this and you're a horrible person, as if someone wants to become that type of person. That's not very representative of like a diet, is it? If someone's like horrible and mean, that's kind of like an outcome of a diet. So it's like if someone's like, that person seems happy and content, maybe I'll try it. I'd rather be that person. That's where I sit with all food and diet. It's like people need to find what works for them and not feel judged or like that, like they're doing it wrong, but like really experience that. And I think that becomes hard when there's so much information out there. Yes, sun is amazing. I bought some vegan cheese and it wouldn't even melt in my oven. Don't buy it. Make your own. You can. I've seen some people make it so that it does melt. What did they put in it? I've got a feeling it's starch or something in it. But yeah, I'm not so much about, I don't know, I used to get this really nice vegan cheese from the health food shop. It was so good. It wasn't like a block, it was like a cream cheese that I used to have on this sourdough olive bread. It's funny, being so high raw, I don't miss any of that. I can't really access those memories, but when I get into too much dehydrated food, I start to remember things. Or when I had the coffee, I was like, I need more. I need more cooked foods. But I like my foods because they make me feel good. Try to melt vegan cheese. It does sound strange. Maybe we don't need it. Why do humans need fiber? So fiber is probably one of the most important things. I believe this is how I see it, and you can see it however you want. I believe originally it was very much like the Garden of Eden. You could literally just be so spiritually enlightened and feel amazing and just eat some fruit. Not even probably greens, just experience, and not fruit like we know it, like unbelievable treasures. That's how I foresee things would have originally been. That's what I like to think of anyway. Anyway, I believe we've evolved on a planet which has become quite rancid and dead and is pretty polluted and not that great. And the only way we've been able to survive and evolve is not so much about what diet we eat, but more so about what bacteria we have in our guts. Now, fiber, which is only in plant foods, you can't get it from meats, feeds the bacteria in the gut. We are not our gut anymore. I believe why I said that thing about the Garden of Eden is I feel like originally we would eat foods and just assimilate it like instantaneously, almost like you need it, eat it, done. That doesn't happen now. So even if people try and eat, oh, I've got an iron deficiency, I'm going to take a whole lot of iron tablets. Well, you may not be absorbing iron because you have low vitamin C, low magnesium, low vitamin A. You don't know what it is. But what you can do is feed the bacteria in the gut, which fibers do from plants, and those little bugs start to release gases, and that has a whole lot of nutrition in it. And that not only lets out nutrition, but if you start to throw that balance out, you start to get very sick, which is also shows that we need to look after our little pets, our little friends in our gut. And this is not a diet thing. I believe that we evolved that way because the planet is just so toxic. We don't absorb what we need from foods. We just can't break the foods down enough and get enough without our little friends helping us out. And so fiber is the food for our friends in our gut. So if you're on a crappy processed food diet, you don't, and I say this all the time, I've said it a couple of times, if you're someone, a lot of people have learnt to use food because food is their happy moment for the day. I've said, like, someone may be a busy parent and a single dad who drops the kids off to school, works all day, doesn't really even have time for lunch. And on the way home from leaving work, when he's about to go home to his kids, his spoiling part of his day is he stops at a takeaway, right? And now I'm telling someone, like, he's got arthritis, and I'm telling him to heal, you have to stop eating crappy food. And most people who have learnt to crutch on food to get through their day, because the food they were making is making them tired but they don't realize it, is impossible, because it's the only reason the person is regulating with your emotions with food. It's his only happy time in a day. Now this is just, I'm making this up here, but this is an example. And so what I say in situations like that is you don't have to stop going through the drive-through. What you do have to do is stop ordering the 2 huge hamburgers, extra large chips, extra large Coke and ice cream. Is order the 1 hamburger, order a salad wrap, order a small chips, and maybe a orange juice. Like, I recommend people who are on processed foods to start where you're at, because that change will be huge, but it will not be enough for somebody to not do it. Because you still got the action of driving through your drive-through. You'll learn, and what happens is when you keep having your body have healthy foods, you learn how to adapt. You might learn in your wrap, you're going to put some more of the bigger hamburger. You'll learn how to make it taste good. And that is like step 1. Because most people aren't just having, like, I grew up eating a pretty healthy diet, but I have been to America. It's a completely different ball game, completely different league. Like, my bad diet was still essentially like pretty healthy. But when you're talking about people who have for years done this, is you have to work with where they're at, because if you hate it, you won't stay doing it. I talk about this as well, is the brain's job is to not let you feel pain, because pain equals death. And if it thinks it's going to die because you are suffering for an extended period, it will get the subconscious to sabotage. And so you're better off working with the principle step by step, day by day. And you don't even think about the actual place you want to get. You only have to worry about the step you're doing. Do not worry about, are you going to be a vegetarian? Are you going to be a vegan? Are you going to be... Don't worry. Just keep working with what you can do without suffering. Because I feel like, I know I've been through addiction. I have ADHD. I've come off massive amounts of medications, vaping, smoking, drinking. And the way I went raw was literally by letting myself eat and stay. Because I went raw instantly. Was that I could do it all day, and then at night the cravings were unbelievable. I would eat 2 avocados. I would not hesitate to get out soy sauce and pour it all over ripped up nori sheets with a handful of cashews, but I didn't go backwards. Probably wasn't the best options for someone who's trying to heal, but I did not go and have cooked food which put me in bed. And when you realize the power in each step, you also realize that when you get to where you're going to go, you don't always stay there. So when you tumble a bit like me, broken toe, few pain meds, coffee, I'm like, I've been here. I've been here. I now need to replace that coffee with tea. I have to do the exact, I've learnt the skills of how to overcome all my addictions on the way up. So don't discredit. And I think it's like our point of life is where we're supposed to do these things. So I'm on medications, antidepressants, etc. Unfortunately, I'm stuck on them for mood and bipolar and personality disorder, etc. Combined with pain meds and lamotrigine. See, a lot of people have been able to come off a lot of that on raw food or high plant-based lifestyle. So if you do, don't count yourself out. They do find it, and I know how hard it was when I was doing vegan in hospital and a whole lot of psych meds, because all they make you want to do is eat. But it's doable. It's definitely, I've seen people come off all of that. I came off most of that. Their digest design. I don't, okay, here. So hiking, yes, on proper human diet. Humans are monogastric. So why, if this is true, can I not eat meat? So they've taken out my stomach, duodenum, and top of intestines. And if really we were supposed to eat meat, it would be the only thing I could still get in, but it's not. The only thing I can still get in is the frugivore diet, just like our teeth match those of chimpanzees and apes, and our gastric system does, and they eat plants, fruits, and nuts. So if it was true, I should still be able to get meat in, and I can't. I can only get plants in. So they've taken parts of me out, and I can only get plants in. That doesn't make sense. I should still be able to get the meat in. Yes, never take medical advice from this woman. Good stance, Simon. Don't take medical advice from anyone. Listen to your body, and if you get really unwell, then definitely go to a doctor. That guy just said I was spreading misinformation. I don't think you've done that. Vegan steak. So we did a cabbage. It's raw vegan. We did raw vegan cabbage steaks. You are vegan, only just joined. I am a vegan. So I don't think, why are people who are eating meat trying to make it taste like a plant? I grew up never actually eating just a meat. It was always coated in gravy, plants, tomato sauce, plants, onions, garlic. I've never actually had a meat without it. And they tenderize. Why do you cook it? I will go out there and just eat the pig. Like, get your face in that pig and eat it live. I'll do that for plants. I'll do that for greens. I'll do it for nuts. Do it. If that's the truth. Because like flesh of a plant, you're actually changing the flesh of the meat. Carnivores eat blood-rich organs. They don't sit around going, oh, I'm going to slap this over here on this bit of burning bush. They don't want that. They want to go for the jugular. They want to go for the kidneys. They want to go for the liver. They want bloody. And I want to see you go out there and do it. I will go out now and pull a chili off, pull a cucumber off, and I'll just eat it. But I've never seen anyone go and stick their head on a live pig and start gnawing at it. Not to this day. Maybe you'll prove me wrong. So this is me, when you're saying ages the skin, I think I look younger. This was me with no sun. And then this is me full of plants and fruits, and my hair's growing back and it's got no hair dye in it. The sun reversed it because it activates the nutrients in the plants. But I will say, as soon as I put anything in, even my hormone replacement, it takes time because you feel like you're burning. So yeah, we'll see seafood, which essentially, like a fish has only eaten another fish, which possibly would have just eaten seaweed and kelp. Is every animal has only ever eaten plants, where all the nutrients originated from plants. I am 44. Yeah, coffee is not good. And I've been on here and I swore off tonight matcha as well. I don't want it anymore. I feel like it was giving me anxiety. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel very fulfilled on vegan, but when you eat a lot of raw, I think raw vegan food. 11 hours into my fast. I'm so hungry I could crawl up a honk's ass and make a ham sandwich. I'm sure you would be. Our digestive system is not closer to a lion or a cow. It's exactly like our cousins. That's why they're called our cousin primates, just like us, primates. Oh, sorry, I'm leaning over the counter. Let me. Anyway, I'm going to wind this up soon. I'm going to get into bed. I like how I can see that bit of sheen I put on my nose. Bit of extra glow. I'm from Sydney. I don't know why people don't leave. Like when they stay and they're like, I don't like this and I don't like that. And I'm like, you just leave. Look, all the information I have is literally just what I've learnt. That's all it is. And that other person said, you know, don't take medical advice from this woman. Don't take medical advice from anyone except if you're absolutely in dire straits and you need to go to a doctor. So... like... So the other thing about carnivore, and I don't like to get into these discussions, is that I've been on those help that turn into help sites, where, and where people are like suffering. They're like, I tried it and I was so depressed. They have to have coffee with it. They can't just like have their diet and just get lots of energy from it. The thing is, brain fog, depression, and chronic constipation is the thing that I see. But yes, a lot of people seem to be making money. Thank you. You're in Queensland. Ah! I just came back from Queensland. I was in Cairns. I wish I was kind of there, actually. Where's my... But, yeah. I'm from Sydney. You know, definitely don't have to ban people. We're all here for a conversation. So when I started my raw food diet, I was on disability. I had been on disability since I was 20, and I had no family support. But why I was able to put all my money into rent and, well, the raw foods was because of how it made me feel. As in, like, there was no going back. My money literally had to go there because something good had to come from it. And it did. So what came from it was not only healing everything within 6 weeks, It also healed relationships. My mood, I could concentrate. I started my website within 3 months. I hadn't done anything in my life, and this like whole world blossomed out of it. And so this top is like 3 years. I won't buy clothes. Even when mum takes me shopping for my birthday, all I can think about is, well, that's like 3 or 4 coconuts. Or like that is food, because food becomes me. Like what I eat, those like living, like that life force comes through me, and I can do everything and anything, and everything else then just stop mattering. So it's definitely doable, but it's up to, like, everyone wants to do something different and on a different path. I'm not here to say that, but who orders chips in a drive-through? Oh, sorry, you call them fries. Remember, I'm Australian. When I say something that seems off, always think, oh, she's Australian. Because more than likely, what I'm saying makes sense to me. It's got to be like 80-20 with diet. I don't know what that means. Does that mean 80% good and then 20% cheat? So this is the problem, I think, when you do it that way, and why I decided to do like raw treats and just fall in love with all of doing it this way. Because if you can only stay on a diet because you're excited for the cheat days, then that's not a good thing. Like, I am on this diet and love it every day, and then I love when I do, and my cheat meal might be, it's not a cheat meal, but like I do more gourmet, which is even these cabbages that I did, or like lots and lots of flavor, which just makes me feel even more alive. But I do like to I like to eat simply. But that's the worry when you do, if that's what you mean. Sometimes that 80-20 means the breakup of like carbohydrates versus proteins or something. So, someone just gave me hiking hippo here. Your mod super slave keeps timing me out for no reason because previously I disagreed. Oh, you can't do that about a claim I didn't insult. Please, can you make me a mod so I won't get timed out? Super slave, can you not time this person out if that's okay? We don't want people timed out. So YouTube streams are a whole nother experience. It's just old people staring at a camera, chatting about random nonsense that doesn't mean anything. So you don't think me being in a bed for 25 years, having 60 surgeries, 7 major organs removed, is anything? Is that what you're saying? Maybe clarify what you mean. Because I feel like you might have just jumped on this live and made an assumption about people being me. And thank God I'm old, because I'm not dead. I don't want to die. So as a 1 meal a day person, it's still about reducing the amount and eating the higher foods that contain everything we need. For sure, when you eat only 1 meal a day, you really appreciate the food. And so you're really selective about what you put in. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude or crass, but you're beautiful. Thank you. We don't count calories, fat causes satiety, and we are in amazing health eating beef, butter, and bacon and eggs. I'm glad that works for you. My system has been damaged. My blood tests are fine. I think it's just that my blood tests are fine. They were never fine until I went raw vegan. Well, that sounds terrible. What kind of music do you love to listen to? That's a good question. So I love songs that make me feel empowered about my journey. So a lot of the time the music that I listen to will be It's a reel I did, and then I'll make a reel based off it, like Praying by Keisha, that I'm somewhere praying for my soul, or I'll do songs that lift me up and make me feel happy. A lot of pop songs. Yeah, I love music. Music makes me really happy. Do vegans make vegan cheese and vegan bacon? Okay, so my vegan cheese recipe is on here somewhere. You'll have to have a look in the lives. I do cashews blended with water, nutritional yeast, and sea moss gel. And if you want the recipe, just email me or message me on Instagram. And you just put that into like a bowl with some cloth, cheesecloth, and just put it in the fridge overnight and set it. You just cut it up, use the cheese. I love it. Sea moss helps it set. Sea moss has got 92 of the 102 minerals the human body needs. My favorite bacon recipe is coconut bacon. So all I do is get coconut meat from, I've got coconut here. I should do some of that. So coconut, I pull the coconut off the sides. I marinate it in some nama shoyu, like some soy sauce with some smoky paprika. And I put it in the dehydrator and just all curls up and goes crispy. There's a sushi recipe. I put it in sushi. There's a sushi recipe for that somewhere. Have you considered trying a cauliflower steak? Just cook a cauliflower in a pan with salt and oil. So I don't cook, but I dehydrate a lot. I don't think that it will end up as like soft. Though I like cauliflower bites and crumbs, like as in like when you make like collie wings. So full of Botox. I don't think so. This is all hydrated. Look, I'll show you my skin before. I actually am very lucky. It's not much different. Like my skin, even though I was near death, was still good. Now it's just hydrated. I've got my dad's skin. So. One person goes, "You look like an actress." The person above says she's 70. You can't win here, guys. I can't win. I don't drink. You've never seen that because you weren't around back when humans meat before cooking it. True, I've never seen it. I've never heard stories or known that humans have teeth to attack animals. They may have. But that's just violence. I don't like violence. Thought you're in your mid-50s. Nope, I'm 44. So no, I just eat button mushrooms, just the same as when they're in a salad. So. Oh, you're from Texas. I lived in Texas. Yes, eat what makes you happy. I have been to Canberra. We went to Canberra when we were younger. I don't think I've been since I've been older. When I was younger, we went there for school camp. Brain frog. Good morning. No, I am in Cronulla. I'm from the south, from the Shire. I'm from the Shire. That's so funny you think I'm from up there. You're in Paris and moving to Greece. Lucky you. You need to get more fiber in if you have constipation. Chronic constipation is not good. The topic is, I'm trying to find somebody who's making some sense here. The topic is usually we're talking about health, raw foods, and healing. I feel like we've done a lot of talking. We've definitely done. Everything is better raw. I think you'd agree. It is. No, I haven't had any plastic surgery. you. I will say that my skin will start to look like it's aging if I have not had a lot of coconut water or green juice. The hydration really helps. So cabbage makes me fart. So cabbage and cauliflower did that to me until I really can't eat them with a lot of sweet fruits. I need to have like more berries, or I need to have like seeds or more greens. I find if I start adding a lot of things in my gut, that the one that starts to get gassy, I actually find something like apple cider vinegar more problematic gas-wise than cabbage. I am from Sydney. I don't want my cheat meals to make me fart. Now that is a funny comment. Most of the vegetables we eat are from nightshades family plants and have lectins and oxalates and carcinogenics. Well, what the hell do you think is in the meat that you eat? The extreme amount of high cortisol from the stress of the animal dying. And then secondly, they eat the plants. What the hell do you think animals eat? You eat a cow, they've eaten a ton of greens. That's all, they're just much the same. And carcinogenic comes as soon as you cook anything, including plants. So it's not making much sense. If you want to eat something, do it because you feel so incredible. You don't have to justify it. Don't go reading about it. You know 100% it works. Like, there is no doubt. And there's no doubt for me, like, if everything crumbled, it wouldn't bother me because there's always plants out there. Like, I must walk past like basil and apple trees and I'm set. I don't need anything. Like, literally, it takes a whole lot of stress away. I'm sorry you got banned. I'm glad you're not banned. Have you had a tetanus shot? They aren't vegan. I haven't had a tetanus shot. No, here's the thing about being vegan. No pharmaceutical is vegan. It's all tested on an animal before you have it. So if you're a vegan and you're like, I'm going to eat a vegan to save animals, but I'm going to harm myself. A lot of people are like, I eat this crap to protect the animals. You have to look after yourself because you become a debt to this planet. Like, you have to. So anything that you take from, if I take something pharmaceutical, if I've done everything I possibly can and need to take a pharmaceutical, just like cars have leather in them. There's very few, if any, that are vegan. Even the processing equipment, it's very hard to be a true vegan. But the big one is, if you are vegan and you're eating a whole lot of vegan junk food and a whole lot of medication, you're like, I'm doing this for the animals. Well, I just don't get angry. This is what I do as a vegan. I do the best I can for myself as an animal, this planet, which has a consciousness, and the love that comes from what I do just spills out to animals. It spills out to family. It spills out to friends. And that to me is being vegan. Vegan is like, as an animal, I have to learn to love myself. So every other animal I come across, I can treat with so much love and dignity. And like, yeah. So, but I haven't had a tetanus shot since I was little. Sea moss gel does, your skin feels amazing with sea moss gel. Oh, I'm so excited to have some of the cabbage tomorrow. What am I doing? Sea moss gel. My hair, everything. I feel, as I disappeared then, I popped back out. Okay, so This is sea moss gel. We've made it on my channel before. With it's seaweed. You rehydrate and then you make a gel. How do you get your face to look flawless? I promise you, my skin only looks as good as how hydrated I am. I promise you, it's got, like, the only way my skin looks good is the level of hydration. If I've had, and this is another reason, if I've had too much of this, I mean, like through my salad, or I've had dehydrated food, I'll look at the photo and I look puffy, and I don't look as good. It's always the hydration I get from coconut water, green juice. Green juice doesn't do it as much, but coconut. I used to find avocado fat amazing for my skin. Like, look at this. This is when I started. I still don't think, I mean, I look really sick. But I've always had skin that's like pretty good base. That's, I'm almost 40 there, 40. And then I've been pretty sick, as you guys have known. And then that is 10 months later. And you can see all the inflammation's gone. Excuse me. Everyone is free here to flex their opinions. Okay, so apparently coconut milk, water and meat is not as good for us as we believe due to new studies and tests. Same goes for soy. I'm not sure how true this is. Can you elaborate for me, please? Okay, so I've said this before. This is why we have to find what feels good for us. And when I say that, what is important is you feel good thinking about it, you feel good consuming it, and after you finish the meal, there is no crash. There is no, I need a coffee, I Dr. Pepper's, I lay down, I feel bloated, I feel full. That is, in my experience from all the nutritionists and naturopaths and diets I've tried and different things, that even the foods I select in the raw food diets consistently do. Now, coconut water I see buzzing and popping off. I don't know when you mean specifically the coconut off a tree in Mauritius isn't as good for you. I just see doctors saying it literally fixes everything. There's just posts of them saying it rebuilds the microbiome, it helps with hydration, it helps with menstrual cramps, it helps with everything. The one thing they said it doesn't help with is weight loss. If you consume too much, it's still calories, it's not magic. That was the only thing basically these doctors I've seen say that it doesn't do. What I hear people say is the ammonia. So the bleach that they have to bleach this is from Thailand and it's traveled, and you get a whole lot of mites and mold and all sorts of things. But how I know this is good for me or better than the rest of the stuff is how incredible I look, feel, think, my skin feels, I'm vibrant. Sometimes I can be really tired and I have these and I get on a live for 3 hours. That to me is that consistency that I look for when I pick not even all raw foods, my raw foods. And that's important. And I believe when you say coconut milk, so the thing about coconut milk and flesh is out of all the raw foods, I rarely eat the coconut flesh. I'm not drawn to it is simply why. But if you dig deeper, I find when people need to heal or feel protective or put something in their body, we've only got limited spaces, there's no omegas. Those omega fatty acids are the true fats that build the cells in the body and the brain in the body. And we get those from things like avocados, nuts and seeds, but this is a saturated fat. So that could be another thing. As for the water, I don't think it's problematic. These ones are really sweet, so maybe they're saying there's too much sugar. I still don't think. You see coconut water, it's very low in calories. So that could be a couple of things, but my suggestion is in the diet that you do, is you will find if you eat a lot of something, you can find studies for it and against it. And as time goes on, two things will happen. There'll be more studies for why not to eat it and more studies of why to eat it. But then in 50 years' time, that whole paradigm could fall down like it usually does. So all the science which we believe in today, nobody knew, was completely different. People were smoking and saying, oh, that's great. But no one thought to listen to their body. Like, does this feel right in me? Who cares? Television says, science says, doctors are doing it, it's fine. So my premise is everything I believe today, if I'm alive in 100 years, will be null and void. So I make my own rules. And so far doing it that way, finally, and I studied science, I'm getting somewhere. Like, I feel like before all I did was be it akin to this tablet and that tablet and skip from that diet. I can't do that, I must be broken. And now, and as I said, is I don't eat all raw foods. It's the raw foods that feel right for me. So that's what I go off. There's too much out there. And as I said, this will all be nonsense. Oh, do you remember back in the days when they used to say, I don't know, what is something we do? Anything. It could be anything, they say. And now the studies say it's completely different. So you can't win. We've got lots of Texan people here. Oh, that's a beautiful message. Thank you. Transform with Yoga said all of those that have conscious awareness know who you are, Sky. Just remember, there is always a lot of projection going on in the chat. You are beautiful, strong soul. Keep being you. Thank you. You're right. I do have to remember that most of the people I'm talking to are not engaging. I know, because when I speak or do podcasts, everyone who gets into podcasts is usually doing something while they have it on in the background. So thank you. That's a beautiful message. I don't have a husband. You're from the Philippines. I just say, if you do what Raw Christina did. Raw Christina, who's been raw vegan for 20 years now, had diabetes and struggled with chronic constipation, and she ran into John Rose. He's been a raw vegan even longer than her, and she couldn't get well, and he said, just pick one, go raw vegan, but pick one fruit and eat that one fruit for 2 weeks and then get onto your raw vegan journey. And I think she picked peaches. She ate peaches for 2 weeks only, and she goes, I couldn't believe it. I just started constantly going to the toilet. My bowel just worked. That's what it's like being a raw vegan. You actually realize how much that your bowel goes, and you actually notice how much your mood is affected by slow transit. Like, if I'm not constantly having bowel movements, I just notice I'm not happy, I'm like foggy, I don't feel good, and I'm not even like a huge eater. So yeah, I would do something like that. Eat fruit for a few days, or fruit is just so, fruit literally leaves the gut within like 40 minutes, an hour. So I agree with you on the first two. Meat and coconut milk, not coconut water, are both high in saturated fat. However, I think soy, I didn't even talk on soy, is pretty healthy food unless someone is allergic to it, is important. Yeah, I think soy is pretty important too. I don't eat it because most of the things that are soy are cooked, but soy is healthy. Soy has phytoestrogens, which sit on a separate receptor to the estrogen we know as the feminine estrogen. It can actually, by sitting on those receptor sites, it can actually stop excess estrogen. And so all these men thinking there's like, what do they call soy boys, is phytoestrogens can actually protect you from your own active estrogen, or active estrogen you've ingested by some means from water or meat or something. Will actually, these phytoestrogens will sit on the receptor site and have no activation. And these estrogens, which would usually sit on there, can't get on there. So they're actually very protective. I think all plants can in some way be used. And I feel like we should have the consciousness, like shamans in the Amazon, to know the vibrations that come off plants when we use them. And I think that's what I'm doing a lot of the time. But I do recognize in the world we live in, it's not as easy to do because there's so many distractions. But like I've heard Dr. Morse say he will know when someone needs celery. They'll come in and they will smell celery who've been on like fruits for a long period and be like, I need it. That's kind of how it feels being a raw foodist. So when there's foods that don't serve us, is what I'm saying, like some poison berry, is we should be able to pick up that frequency, or a herb, that we avoid it. But we aren't that I feel, enlightened. So I don't know what that means. Combines kill thousands of life harvesting vegetables. What do you think the meat that you eat eats? Mic drop the vegetables that have the bugs on it. That's where most of it goes. We would kill less if you didn't then eat the meat that had to be fed. If we want to talk numbers here, we'd be lowering that. But we have to kill so many because you guys want to eat the meat. By not eating the meat, we're actually killing less. So those meat has to be fed all those vegetables that are being harvested. So I'm doing the carnivore diet, best thing that happened to me. Well, I'm glad it's working for you. Have you ever tried Soylent? I have been using it in the gym and I've gained muscle. No, I haven't, but good for you. The story behind the picture behind you. So, okay, the true story is this one. That's the girl who's had over 60 surgeries, 7 major organs removed. Most of my life was in a bed or a hospital. I've had so many things in my life. I feel like I've had every single diagnosis. I've had, I had a congenital disease. I had chronic viruses. I had my stomach removed. I had all hormone problems with the hysterectomies, and I had FND where I couldn't walk and talk. Anyway, then this is me. Lost most of my hair, liver was failing, blood wasn't making proteins, deficiencies galore because my liver was failing. They couldn't give me any infusions. I had FND, had been in a neurological hospital only like six months, maybe it was longer, because then I had that whole psychiatric time. It's probably like a year before that to relearn to walk and talk after having FND, which displayed as a stroke. And I was eating vegan, including having a nutritionist and being in hospital, and the chefs in the private psychiatric hospital were making me like grilled tofus and cooked ragouts and salads, and then that's 10 months of just fresh food, not even nuts or seeds. My hair grew back, my life came together. I started a website, I swam in the ocean through winter, I started working in disability. I did things I could not even dream of. All my symptoms went in 6 weeks of eating a raw food diet, no symptoms. It's taken years for what I didn't realize was missing most was a lot of my memories from trauma, which come back, which can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes I'm like, do I want these back? But it's good to have me back. But essentially physical symptom-wise, I had no problems. I did get a bout of shingles, year and a half ago now, and I had to juice my way out of that, and I've broken a toe. And I do sometimes get mast cell activation flares, because that's also what I was suffering from, where you basically become allergic to the world, where I'll get like bites and nerve pain. But now I use just some quercetin, and that may not necessarily be food. So a lot of people, fragrance, these lights, different fabrics can set them off. So yeah, I feel like this is going to die. I just need to charge it. So that's where that photo. That was it. A quick explanation. Where did I put it? I thought I brought out my charger, and I did, but now I can't find it. Oh, here it is. I'm actually excited because we're going to be going into more summer. Oh, I'm excited because I'm going overseas soon. I'm excited because we'll be going into summer soon with more. It's just nice being a raw foodist in summer. It's a summery type of thing. Yeah, I think don't be. So I've read up on a few things lately, and apparently not all is too good. But then again, most of the things are okay to consume as long as they're in moderation. I go say there's just always good and bad for everything. Go with how it feels. If you start feeling terrible after every time you have, I don't know, a bowl of noodles, I would deeply suggest you invest what you're eating in that bowl of noodles. It's not serving you. And even, oh, the studies say this will up something. I promise you, your body's talking to you. So there definitely can. Hello. Yes, anything in excessive is not going to be good. Party boy, you're finally here. How are you? Makeup and wig. Maybe. Asking where her husband is at with no wedding ring on really shows you're not very intelligent. Oh, I'm not married. If I got married, I wouldn't have time to sit on here and talk to all of you. I'd be talking to my partner, right? I am tall. My dad, in fact, is 6'7". I'm 5'7". Yes, well, I say if you want to get bowel movements, you want fiber. And fiber is in plants. Yes, if you're allergic to something, definitely don't eat it. Oh, that's good. So loads of bananas bloats me and oranges aids digestion. See, there's somebody who's just worked out what feels good. That's what we want. Yeah, when it comes to being vegan, it is a do the best you can situation. Like to me, it's always, how do I do this that's best for the planet? Because if it benefits the planet, it benefits all. I remember somebody writing me a message once saying, how do you feel about the electricity you use for your blender and your, I think it was only a juicer, but I didn't use a juicer at that point. I'm like, I am at the stage in my life where I take as little as possible from this planet, and I do not use sleep over the electricity my blender uses. Because obviously we don't use ovens or stovetops, or it gets a bit like, this is the thing, right, with mindset is you can destroy yourself in the healthiest diet and make yourself thrive in the unhealthiest. Because you can, if somebody is eating a really unhealthy diet, but they've learnt to just take a bit and go, and they've noticed that their body can, it's more taxing, right? But they don't eat again for a while. And that's why you see people who thrive, and they're also not overstressed, they don't overconsume. And then you can see people on a really healthy diet who become obsessed with things and doing extreme amounts of continual fasting to the point where they're just like, no, I have to suffer more, and they're not using anything, and they let themselves go, and they end up in a bad situation. So this is why on this channel, I do not tell people they need to do this or that, because then they can come back and go, I tried that and that almost killed me. And it is all about finding what feels right. Like if you can eat whatever you like, and you're someone, you're like, I don't eat that much, I just have a bit and then I get on with my life and I seem to be doing well, you may be doing better than someone who is orthorexic and completely consumed, overconsumed, and so invested that they've broken themselves. And that's why this is such a delicate thing. And I feel like I learnt that lesson by coming through this with being a woman who was so educated and so many doctors and so many experts, and then you take all that away, including her mind, and the girl heals herself, being me. And if someone asks, how did you do that? I simply listened to how it felt in my body. That's all I cared about, is how this now felt consistently. So I had to feel good thinking about it, buying it, eating it, and then afterwards. I couldn't, because otherwise what it tends to happen, this is why I'm letting matcha go for a while, is I tend to be trying to fix what I've just done. So when I have a matcha, it does not affect me like coffee. It's quite light, but I am more dehydrated. So I start seeking out more fluids. I don't want to be seeking out fluids. I want to just go on with my day. If I have coconut water or green juice, I don't get that effect. But that's a lesson I have to learn. It's not wrong, and it could be right for somebody else. But for me, I just noticed, I think the main thing I noticed was I didn't really notice any problems. I thought it was good, but I noticed today I had more anxiety when I went into the city for jury duty than I think I should have. So I don't know, we'll see. I'll give it a few days and see how I start feeling. But that's my choice. It's not a study. There'd be a million studies why it's good, a million studies why it's bad, you know, or maybe they haven't caught up yet. But all I'm interested in is how something feels in me. You know, someone can say I'm a raw foodist and all they eat is coconut meat. You know, so I am just here for people to be in tune with their body. And that's why I keep telling my story, because it's so powerful that someone can have that much support and like money thrown into something and doctors and like all of it. And it almost killed me. And then I lose everything, including my mind, and it saves me. Oh, thank you. What is a marinade? So a marinade marinates. So a marinate is, you know, when you let some sort of food soak in flavors. So the marinade is that sauce, and that is in the fridge. That was the first part. We got straight into that. That will be ready. Maybe if I have enough time, I'll jump on in the morning and show you. But I'm doing the Raw Food Worldwide Meetup Sydney tomorrow. So we're meeting. If you're in Sydney and you want to come, please send me an email or a DM. I am bringing cabbage steaks. Had to think then what it was. And yeah, everyone brings something and we all share it. I don't know. Why do people keep saying super chat? I don't know what a super chat is. I'm trying to gain weight. So I gained 12 kilos in 1 year on a raw food diet. I ate a lot of banana, avocado, dates, and 12. I think it's got a lot to do with health. So when I got weighed in this photo, I was 12 kilos heavier than there. It's hard to tell because you can't see my body. I don't have many photos. I will have a look though. There is some. Oh yeah, I do. Here you can see how skinny I am. Oh, let's see. Oh, maybe in that. It is hard to see here. You're just going to have to like, here. With my mum, you can see my arms. I'm like a skeleton. Oh, hang on. Can you see how skinny I was? That's when I started. That's a month in. And then I don't know if there's any full body. That's 2 years. Got a folder of like photos of like before and after. But there's no like body shots that I have in this folder. But yeah, that I put on 12 kilos from there. But you kind of see in the face, there's more like. Okay, good question. How do you feel about hunting only for your source of meat? So if you've seen the video on my channel of Layla, so she hunted with her husband. She slept outdoors. They sourced their fish. They hunted any meat. A lot of it was fish. They milled their own bread. And she fell pregnant out living this way. And she had the first child in extraordinary pain. So she had it outdoors, no doctors, whatever. Anyway, for a second pregnancy, halfway through, she went raw vegan. Still sleeping outside, they stopped hunting, they just ate fresh food. That baby came out just like an animal does in the amniotic sac. So the baby did not come out, there was no broken water, it came out in the amniotic sac, and there was no pain. She said it's like a cross between an orgasm and a laugh and an ejection. And you can watch, she's been on my channel multiple times. Her name's Layla. And then to the third child, she still was eating the raw food. And she literally was trying to make a hot bath to like have the baby in. And the baby just, again, it's like an ejection. It's like what as animals do in the wild. It came out in the amniotic sac. So here we have someone who hunted, slept on the earth, so hunted meat, slept on the earth, milled their own bread, everything from scratch, had some plants as well, and then went raw vegan and had pain-free birth. So my stance on hunting is why? Why would you, if there's plants everywhere? You just eat those and be friends with the animals. Like, that's what I would want to do, is like talk to them. And so I feel like when I eat a raw food diet, I'm so connected to animals and babies and like people, but like animals. So yeah. So can you have noodles and pasta? Good question. One of my favorite meals is noodles. I make them from zucchini. Oh, we're gonna do this week. We will do it maybe next week. I do love kelp noodles, which are made from kelp, and they're like glass noodles, but I really love zucchini noodles. I've done sweet potato, carrot noodles I like, cucumber noodles are really hydrating. So, but one of my friends, Daniel McKinnon, he makes coconut noodles and he dries them, but I love everything fresh. So, what are Australian winters like? I can't imagine a white, snowy Australia. So, they're kind of mild. So I think they're cold, but they're only cold because of our housing is built for summer. Our housing is built for like really hot 30, 35 degree days. So, but I think it's cold. Like, well, I'm in a singlet top and it's August, so it's still winter. But it's usually in the midst. We've come out of the coldest of it. It's usually like from 6 to 9 degrees when I wake up, and it'll get anywhere from like 12 to 16 degrees during the day. But then you have like the snowy mountains, and you have like all places people go skiing in Melbourne and Sydney, and there is snow on the mountains. So once you start getting away to Canberra, and anyone from Australia can tell me some of those names of the ski slopes. I grew up in a family where if they were going to take us on a holiday, Mum is more of a like tropical person. She ain't someone who wants to. She took us skiing once, and all she did is sit there and drink hot chocolate. She's not a skier. So, but it doesn't get that cold. That's interesting. Plant-based diets can often have lower calorie content and help with weight loss. But if you want more calories on a plant-based diet, you have to eat healthy fats. I've really noticed that my weight is dependent on the sugar-fat combination, blood sugars. So if I concentrate on berries and greens and nuts and seeds and sprouts and coconut waters and kelp noodles and cabbage steaks, I like my weight, okay? If I start doing that there's fats in there, and I start doing like, well, I'm allergic to bananas, but I start adding in like 5 mangoes in the afternoon. Not on top of that, but I cut out some of that, still having fats. And that sugar-fat combination for me is literally like just watching rolls appear. And then when I do a higher carbohydrate diet, like a high carb diet with lower fats, I age really fast. So I have found my balance is mostly lower carb fruits, which help me with my mast cell activation as well. Greens, nuts, seeds, sprouts, veggies, whatever I want. I'm not scared to have dates, and I'm not scared to have fruit, but I cannot have I can't have a whole massive fruit meal. I noticed how big my belly gets, and it did for years when I did high fruits. It's much flatter, much. These tops have so much room now because of that. I cannot do that anymore. If I want I can have any fruit. Fruit's amazing, but it cannot be a huge part of my day. If it does, I have to let fats go for that day. But if I continue to do that, I age very quickly. And that doesn't mean that probably when you're younger, you can do a lot more fruits, but that's what I've noticed. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that high fats of like cashews and nuts and hemp and coconut and avocado, and you mix that with like watermelon juice and mangoes, and so if you have a big amount of it, but all day you're doing really sweet fruit, I believe you will carry excess weight. If you want to trim in, I find the more veggies and stuff, I just like the aesthetics of my body as well. I find when I do the protein powders, I don't know whether I like it as much. It almost like goes a bit manly. But when I've done just veggies, a few lentils, like sprouts, kelp noodles if I want, keep it with berries, a bit of dragon fruit. If I want sweet dates, I use as sweeteners. But yeah, I like the aesthetic of my body. And that's just me. That's just how I like it. So, hello, Philippines. Jury duty I got out of. I got in there. It took me so long to get in there. And then as soon as I go, they're like, okay, you can't do the 20-week one. Can you do a 3-week one? And I said, I can't. I go away in 2 weeks. She said, okay, dismissed. Stamp. I'm like, that's it. I came all this way. So that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Andy Rich, for the birthday message. Today is NY birthday, guys. Is it your birthday maybe? I don't have kids, no. I don't know where that is. Want to try plant-based, perhaps more raw. I know, raw is like this most incredible feeling. You're not going to do bad doing plant-based, but there's just this magic of raw. What feels good is eating as much meat as possible and no plants. I haven't experienced that, but sure. Yes, you follow where your body tells us to go. So most peasants were vegetarian back in the Middle Ages because the hunting grounds were reserved for royalty. So all I did was tell you an experience there where the only times I've ever heard of women giving birth in no pain have been raw vegans, and not even just raw vegans that have been extremely grounded. I'd love to hear a carnivore because it's too acidic on the body. Look, I'm not going to get into this argument because it doesn't really bother me. What I do know is I don't feel good having anything cooked. So, and I don't think any of these people here are eating it raw. Yeah, and hydration gets rid of joint tenderness, pain, swelling, and things like that. Yes, I am in Australia. Yeah, eating only fruits for 2 weeks cleared my brain fog and body inflammation, but I grew a number of grey hairs when I was 32, but I stopped it. That was 3 years ago. In 2 weeks? So I find doing fruits for short periods, I really can't do it anymore at this stage of my life. I do find I age. I need the fats and the amino acids, but that's what it's about. It's about, I do not go to another diet because I feel so good. That's all. Like, I feel amazing. Yes. Are we talking about? I don't eat meat. So having meat in my diet always ended me up very sick. But not just that. I'm not saying meaty, cooked food. Cooked food, addictions. I couldn't concentrate. I had chronic fatigue, tachycardia. I didn't start a business. I was on disability payments. I had no job. And then I eat raw foods, and within, my liver was failing. Had FND. I ate raw foods. Voila. Have a business. Work in disabilities. Off my disabilities. Connected to family, friends. Can start to concentrate. Start to repair my life. That's me. That's my journey. So I'm not just here saying it was just meats. Anything cooked, dry, this Too much salt. It all sets me back. To feel electric, amazing, and fresh and clear, I eat raw foods. Raw food. But for those who are like really adamant that like there's people on this live who are just open to health, and we're all just talking about health, and then there's people on this live I feel that are like just completely projecting the carnivore and they can't see anything else, and that's fine, but you're probably on the wrong live. Like, this is a community where I'm not saying you have to be one thing or another, but we're all open to what each are doing. We're not just ongoing, no this, no this, no this. Because there's heaps of lives probably going on. Just food for thought. Ah, right. Thanks. How do you pronounce your name? Is it asparagus? Asparagus? Thank you. B here. B12 is from red meat. Where in red meat? It's only because they supplement the meat before you eat it. B12 does not exist in animals and it does not exist in plants. It did exist and can exist in soil and bacteria, which kind of sits lightly off grasses and sometimes on plants, but around soil. The only reason the animals you eat have B12 is because it's supplemented. Thank you, asparagus. I think that's how you pronounce your name. Thank you. That's very kind. You look like my mum. Are you Polish? No, I'm not Polish. Thank you. That's very nice. Melbourne is freezing here tonight. So also, I went to Melbourne. Melbourne is freaking cold. Melbourne feels like, so Sydney can get cold, but Melbourne feels like the air is ice off the mountains. It just felt like I was walking through ice when I went to Melbourne. But also, I will go to my sister's place, which is 20 minutes away in the suburbs, and in May, I'll be in winter pajamas with 3 doonas on. Here, I live by the beach, and the beach, Cronulla Beach actually has, which is just along up from Bondi Beach, has a little parts which are totally protected from wind. So when it starts reaching 16 to 17 degrees in winter, in the middle of the day, and you have the sun and no wind. My little apartment's just behind that beach, and so this apartment absorbs sun all day. So my apartment, it's kind of, but it wasn't like this when I used to live in the suburbs. It's really like, if you live, I think, along the coast here, the East Coast, like right on the beach, your place that can absorb a lot of heat. Cabbage steak. So you have to go have a look. On my reels, there's cabbage steaks. I've done a few videos on it, and tonight we made a marinade. And we cut up cabbage, purple cabbage, into big chunks. I'll bring it out for you guys. Now, my mum has gone to do this. She's doing in the oven. I will put these in the dehydrator. But my mum is, I've got my mum and hopefully my sister onto it. She's been crumbing vegetables and baking them, which is good. Yeah. So we've got, well, I call it glad wrap, but I think the rest of the world calls it saran wrap or whatever. So they're like big chunks of cabbage which are marinating in the marinade sauce. And I'm going to the raw food meetup tomorrow. So I will be bringing steak and I'll make a chutney to dip it in. I actually have some leftover bits of cabbage just here. So, and there's some sauce. It's really good. Sorry. Hi, Idol TV. Do I drink beer? No. I was an alcoholic. That's not good form. Not for me. I feel so good on raw foods. I don't need it. B12 is life. I don't drink alcohol, mainly for health. Also, being vegan makes it easier to avoid beers, wines, animal product and the filtration. Interesting. Yeah. I think when you eat a lot of plants, you just feel happy. You're feeling happy. I'm feeling happy right now eating this. Actually, this sauce would be really good on these. I actually like this sauce the best with Brussels sprouts. Sorry, love, B12 is from red meat. No, it's not. It's only because they're supplemented. Everything that animal eats is from a plant. So if it's not in the plant, it's not in the animal. Everyone knows that, right? Like every animal gets it, and if they eat another animal, that animal before them has got it from a plant. Well, maybe I am wrong. It's saying it is here. Hang on. Well, I'm wrong. I will give you that. It says it is found found in the bacteria in their gut. The food chain. Animals contain B12 by consuming plants that have been contaminated with this bacteria, and that's how the animal gets it in their tissues. So technically they're only getting it because of plants. So I'm kind of still half right. So I was wrong. Yeah, I was always told that the animals... It says it's because it's protein bound and we can't access the B12 that's actually in animals. It's not ideal source because the B12 that they get is protein bound. Hang on. Yeah, it says here, in the meat and dairy industry, animals are often supplemented with B12 due to the modern farming practices that limit their natural intake. So people who eat animals are simply taking a supplement. I think it's a bit of both, but also it's saying that the B12 gets so bound up in the proteins. I just know that whatever the animal eats is all it can contain, which is stating here. So if we eat it, we can still get it. Don't got kids, but got 2 great hangovers. Oh, I think it says something else there. Yeah. I do have hairy forearms. I didn't know it was an Australian thing. I thought it was just a me thing. I think it's getting dark in here. It's getting dark in here. I want a Brussels sprout. I do have hairy arms. I think it's just a me thing. I must always have that. Actually, some cauliflower. Oh. I was going to do these with cauliflower. Someone said it tastes really good, but no, it tastes better with, this tastes nice, but it tastes much better with cabbage. Still tastes good. Feels weird painting my food. I get melon belly when I do too much watermelon, so watermelon fast is the best. I like the grape fast, but I just can't do it anymore. I think I'm past my fruit days. I think this works well with cabbage because it soaks in. That sauce is so good. So literally almond, maple syrup or a date, nama shoyu, and that's it, I think. Water. Yeah, I find it so amazing about Layla's story. It makes sense. Like if we were just like out like animals, just eating the plants and just on the ground, a huge part is being on the ground as well. Because other raw vegans who have kids who eat raw foods get lower pain, but not none. Oh my God, it's the best. Coconut water is the best. Hang on. My parents' car tomorrow to go to the farmer's market. I sold my car because I never use it. I have so much energy. I just walk everywhere. Everywhere's close. And so I borrow it on Saturdays to go to the farmer's market. So I just had to text them. What are we talking about? I don't know. We've jumped all over the place tonight. Asparagus. But it's Gascua. Is it Aspargua? Aspargua? Is that right? Aspargua. Wrong. I'm just reading straight off the internet here. Animals often supplemented due to farming practices. That's what I always knew, is that because it comes from the plant, and it's like as I said, it's a bacteria that's around the plant or dirt. And then yes, it makes sense that it could grow more in a gut of a animal, but then it's saying it's bound up, but also due to farming practices. So unless somebody's eating, I don't know, free range, all free range, and if that free range place has to have enough B12, but It says that they do need cobalt added into their diet if they digest it themselves. So now I'm on Reddit. So apparently, even if they are going to contain the B12, they have to have cobalt added to their diet. Cobalamin is what essentially B12 is. So it makes sense. It is 9:10. So funny. I look so young. What's your secret? And other people like, Granny, you look old. Coconut water and raw food. I will be honest, it's not just raw food, it's staying hydrated on a raw food diet. But I feel like coconut's a huge part. Coconuts, fats, minerals, vitamins, not drinking, no stress in my life now. Do what you love. Popped on to say goodnight. Bye, Helen. I am glad you had a good time on my channel. Have a good night's sleep. South Africa. Cows can convert pole vault. Cobalt into B12 in their stomachs, unlike us. We do, but we have, but it's too far in our digestive tract unless we consume our own feces. Well, I'm not going to do that. And also cows don't end up grazing on soil. Only a minority do. That's what I'm guessing here, is that most meat that people eat is not this rich B12 field of grass that they're just munching on. Most cows that are even free range are still given things to eat. But on that note, I know that because that's the exact reason we don't, because we can make B12 in our stomach, and some raw vegans do for a period of time, do okay without supplementation. But the main reason they don't is that the soil and essentially then the bacteria that grows around the grasses and plants does not have the B12 or the cobalamin. Animals are the grass-fed, but the proper grass-fed. There is, and I've seen things, so it's not, this isn't what this channel's about. We're not getting into grass-fed arguments. This is just a general comment. Yes. Yes, they do. They give humans flax seeds. They do. Yeah. Thank you, Asparagua. Now I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name again. I'm going to call you Aspa. I hope that's okay. Yeah, and to put this into perspective, when I ate meat, so I woke up from my surgery having my stomach removed, and I was told by the doctors for the rest of my life I would need an iron infusion. Eating a healthy-ish meat diet, even the year that I was up doing exercise, eating a paleo diet, I was iron deficient, needing an iron infusion every 3 to 4 times a year. I went raw vegan and I have only needed one when I went too high into fruits. As long as I'm having greens and veggies, and I don't have the part of my stomach which absorbs iron. That's what I woke up from the surgery being told. Like, they're like, the biggest thing you need to understand is this. And so the doctor's like, how did you fix it? And I'm like, I didn't go out to fix it. I just eat these foods and now I have no problems. Like, I think that's like, that was the biggest thing for doctors. They're like, that doesn't make sense. And they're like, you're missing the part that absorbs iron. I'm like, well, obviously I'm not. But a huge part is that it's just so readily available, the nutrients in the foods that I eat. I can hear crickets. I mean, like, not like that it's quite, I can actually hear crickets, which means summer's coming. So do vegans fart more than non-vegans? So literally never do. Like, oh, if I do, I then stop and think, what did I eat? It's something to do with like the petrification in the body, like those big gross sounds and gases, and that does not happen. Sometimes I have to think, like, usually when it happens to me is apple cider vinegar. That's it. And then I know, and I'm like, this is disgusting. This is gross. I don't do this. And then I just go eat veggies and fruit and nuts and seeds, and yeah, I don't have a problem. But I don't know, I don't have a lot of this either. Like things like this. This is like a treat day. Like me having my marinated cabbage steak is like, I usually just eat the plants or make the salad or snack on a handful of veggies or something, and doing it that way, I never have any. But when I have other things like that, use a paint gun full of ranch dressing. Why? I think Shakespeare would ask too. I don't know where the conversation goes on this channel sometimes. I actually don't. I mean, maybe when I was vegan I did, I don't remember. But as a raw vegan, no, I just don't. Also, only time I started to notice a smell come out from underneath my arms was when I put coffee back in, which was like, well, it increased perspiration, but it also it's cooked. I don't know. I don't smell anything on me until only when I put vinegar in, and then I do get gas. Besides that, no. I don't. I'm your age, and last year my arms and body have gotten hairy. Usually that's a hormonal thing. So or nutrient deficiency, your body can protect itself with excess hair. When I was really going through things, like when I let my hormones go and I was really underweight, I literally had, like, you could see all like peach hair all there, and like a covering of hair when I was really skinny. But this hair, that was just always there. I was always just had extra hair on my arms. Yeah. I'm from Sydney. Oh yeah, definitely when you first start adjusting to it, probably. I don't know. I just noticed, like, with the fresh food doesn't seem to do it. It's every time I seem to do something away from that, maybe. But I don't think I have enough of it. I'm 44. Go slow. This is like the microbiome, right? So if you get a bowl, you want to feed your microbiome, put like lots of little bits of different plants that you love. This is like in the description there's the salad that saved my life. And in it is like tons of different plants, and like avocado and cashew, tomato and basil and garlic and ginger, but not extreme amounts, little bits of each of them. You have to kill off wild animals to grow crops. What do you guys think the animals that you eat at an exponential level, more than a little vegan eats? They're clearing it off so they can feed your animals. If you stopped eating animals, they wouldn't have to clear as much. Just don't come at me with vegan arguments. None of it makes sense. Anything you do to better yourself and better this planet, when it comes to like trauma and torture, we do. If you're not there yet, that's fine. But don't come at me like your animals that you're eating haven't eaten what you're eating at an extremely high level and have to be farmed and cared for. And then after that, someone's paid to slaughter them, and someone's paid to cut them up, and someone's paid to send them off to a shop and then sell them off into bits. Whereas like we can actually just live just picking things a lot of the time if we wanted to, or growing. It's a lot easier to do that. I'm 43. Trust me, she's 52. I'm not 52 yet. I'm 44. Most of them are given. Hello, Jonathan. Hydrated, yes, that's what I am. She looks nice and hydrated. That's pretty much what you're saying. The anti-aging effects, or those that think I do look young and those who think I look old, what you're predominantly seeing is hydration. What's going on? Yes, I just met up with Banana Girl up in Cairns. Coconut water is pretty good. Ironically, cows are fed more supplements than vegans. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm not a dietitian. I saved my life with raw foods. I was sick most of my life, had 7 major organs removed and over 60 surgeries, and I just share my story. You can ask a question. I am single. I am going to school. Good luck, Kingsley. I don't have a stomach, no. Are you across the pond? I don't have a stomach. I've been through this. So here I had it removed. It was perforated, bled out. Sorry, perforated ulcer in my duodenum, rotted up into my stomach and into my lower intestines. And it's basically, they tried to save it, couldn't. They took it out and I don't have a stomach. Duodenum on top of intestines. You have to go back and watch. I've done like actual on my page videos that explain where was removed, the whole situation. I've already explained it. I think people picking apart vegans have issues. I think just if you love what you do, you shouldn't have projection. Projection is trauma. So if you're doing whatever you're doing right, why are you still projecting? Like, just stay in your lane. Just do what you do. All right, guys. I think I am going to end this and go to bed. Because half the conversation is about Yoda and something else, and I don't know what else. But love you guys. Thanks for listening. If you want to hear more about my stomach, hang on a sec, Sky. You must have so much knowledge about health and eating right because of your ideal. I'd like to solicit your friendship if you could be my holistic doctor besides my personal medical doctor. If you want to talk more, definitely send me a message. But I think what I do is very different to what doctors do. Why would I deal with livestock? I don't even know how these questions got on here. Who is dealing with livestock? Very few people. There's definitely people, but I don't want to, if I deal with livestock, it'll be to pat and talk to them. I don't ever want to look at an animal as food. So, yes. 7 major organs removed. I don't know why that's funny. I'm a bit behind here. No stomach, no ovaries, no uterus. My cervix was taken out. I think it's my ileum. It's taken out. Ileum or jejunum or parts of both. Let me confirm that. Stomach and duodenum, yeah. No, not my liver. My liver I damaged myself and repaired myself. So, not that it really matters. It's not a big thing. It's just the next part of the digestive system. I think it's the ileum. The jejunum. So it goes duodenum, jejunum. So then they've removed more of the jejunum. I'm pretty sure the ileum's still there. Yeah. No, I didn't have any kids, but I don't think it was meant to be anyway. When you've missed your entire life and you get well at 40, I could not imagine it being about kids. I have to find myself. So that kind of worked out. I have nieces. So is my screen blurry? Sorry if it is, guys. Anyway, I'm off. Bye. Thank you. Thanks, Aspa. Bye, party boy.